let's get started again soon, now-ish. Skim through the chat. There's a lot of hot action going on in the chat. I was really impressed with that. There seemed to be a Facebook group that was started, Google Sheets that were passed around. Yeah, look into that if you're part of this group and you're trying to form community. That's what TV does best, is forms communities. Many of us didn't necessarily have a ton of friends growing up, and we found our friends on the television screens, did we not? That's where I fell in love with TV, was little communities that had formed of people who liked the same shows that I did, who wanted to discuss the same shows that I did, who were enthralled by the same set of characters. Yeah, I was very impressed with the community building that was formed. I don't know who exactly led it, but those of you who took part, you will be successful in this world. If you can play well with others, you can play well in this world. I remember back in the day, a friend of mine who gets like all of the job saying, what matters most is that you're cool in the room, that you're somebody who can get along with others, who can present your ideas in a way that doesn't disenfranchise other people's ideas, simply says, this is my perspective on the world, this is how I see it. And in doing so, that perspective is now articulated to the world. We live out loud. We all live out loud. We take in the world in its entirety. We get 360 degrees on an idea. The more of you that join in this conversation, the more of you that join into the chat conversation, the more of you that sign up for the Facebook groups, the more of you that sign up for Connect the Writers, the more of you that sign up for the Google Sheets, the more of you that have these conversations, that form little writers groups, the more opportunities you create for yourself. This is really cool. I'm having a good time with this. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes at the beginning of this, I'm like, oh no, I have to talk for 5 straight hours. That's gonna hurt my throat. And now I could not be happier to have done this with my Saturday. So thanks everybody. Thanks for being uplifting and inspiring to me. Some of you chimed in the chats and said that you like the inspirational stuff. I like the inspirational stuff, and I feel inspired more than I did yesterday, and less than I will tomorrow, because we're going to keep this momentum going. This is not a moment, it's a movement. So great, let's get back into it. Let's get started again. I hope everybody's present. Kate, do we have some questions we'll do from the last round before we get started?
Yeah.
Okay, great, let's do some questions. Take it away.
Yes. Can the writer use multiple introduction devices to introduce the show? Or do you recommend sticking with just one?
You mean like, if that means like between introduce this, like, or backstory, flash forward, character introduction, world introduction, sure. I mean, I think it's a little bit difficult to do a flash forward and a backstory simultaneously, but sure. Community would be an example of one that introduces the world first and then introduces the character shortly after. My recommendation probably is that you choose one of those 4 based on the type of story that you're telling. If you're telling a story about a world, you introduce us to a world. If you're telling a story about a character or characters, you introduce us to that character. If you're telling a story that involves a journey in which we need to understand where we've been coming from, then you tell a backstory. Or you use backstory. If you're telling a story in which we need to know where we're ultimately headed, that you use a flash forward. But if you can come up with some scenario in which introducing a character and a world simultaneously, or introducing a backstory and a character or world simultaneously would aid in your success, then absolutely. Yeah, don't put any restrictions on it. Obviously, you don't want to introduce 2 things that are going to offset each other, but anything that will help you to better establish your world or characters, by all means. What's next?
Is the general outline what you would call a beat sheet?
No, a beat sheet is the step outline. So beat by beat by beat by beat, each step of the outline in its simplest possible form. The general outline you might refer to as an emotional outline or a structural outline or a story area. Yeah, it's the 10 simple sentences that map out the major beats of your show. Then once we get into the step outline, we're doing it beat by beat by beat by beat by beat, all the way from start to finish. That would be a beat sheet.
Great. How do you identify if you have an A plot that you might be served by having a B plot or a C plot? What kind of decisions do you make in that process?
Can you repeat that one again?
Sure. So if you have your A plot, how do you identify that you might want a B plot or a C plot to go along with it?
Well, I mean, for the most part, you're going to want a B plot if you haven't been able to utilize like every component of your show. So let's say that this was a show about a character searching for romance, searching for love, right? But there was another aspect to the show, a secondary aspect that involved their work life. Then we might say the A plot is going to be our pursuit of love, and then the B plot is going to be something that takes place at work. There isn't necessarily to show our work plot while we're focused on our A plot romance. So now we'll insert a B plot as well. And one of the things that we'll do sometimes is we'll say, okay, is my A plot going to need a break from time to time? Is my A plot going to need to stop so that time can elapse, or so that we can divide a scene into two parts, or so that we can like insert some dramatic effect or something? Is your A plot ever going to have to stop? If your A plot is going to have to stop, then you'll probably want to insert a B plot in there, and then we can cut away to the B plot. We can cut to the B plot so our A plot can have a necessary break. All we're ever doing is serving the main story. So what does your main story need? Does your main story want to exist consistently throughout the entire episode? In which case, maybe you will have a B plot, but it's a B plot that's going to coexist with your A plot. Maybe your A plot could use a break so that time can elapse sometimes, in which case you're going to say, okay, I want a B plot that's separate from my A so that I have something to cut over to. In terms of C plots, the thing I'll say is that the vast majority of the time, especially in a pilot, you only have time for two plots that are going to exist in isolation. You'll have an A plot and a B plot that can have their own scenes. If you're going to have a C plot, then it's probably going to be a plot that can coexist with either your A or your B, maybe both, like the Venn diagram, like the center circle of a Venn diagram. If you can have a C plot that overlaps with both your A and your B, that's great. But as long as it overlaps with one of them just fine, it'll allow you to have C plot scenes without taking up additional real estate, because there's only so much time for you to use. There's only so much time at your disposal in a pilot episode. In television in general, I mean, 30 pages equals about 22 minutes. So 30 pages, within 30 pages, you're probably going to have time for two plots that exist by themselves. And then if you want a third plot, it should be able to coexist with something else. And the vast majority of the time, those are just going to be relationship plots. Those are going to be relationship or character plots. So like a character plot would be like the evolution of your character, like an individual episode in which your character will start to evolve like they will over the course of a series, right? A relationship plot is going to be establishing a relationship of some note within your series. So like on the relationship of Bobby and Nikisha on the Carmichael show would be our C plot. What we're doing is we're establishing Bobby and Nikisha's relationship post-divorce. So oftentimes if there's going to be, someone asked earlier, if there is going to be a dominant relationship or there is going to be a character of particular note aside from the protagonist who will be evolving over the course of the series, we'll probably give them the C plot. The C plot will go to our, what's referred to as the deuteragonist frequently, protagonist, deuteragonist, tritagonist. So protagonist is your lead, deuteragonist is your second lead, tritagonist is your third lead. I do promise that is all of the Greek tragedy I'm going to attempt to teach you today in our television writing class. But yes, sometimes we will give an evolving character. So the difference between a character game and a character arc is that a character game will never change and a character arc will evolve over the course of the series. So sometimes our C plot will be a character arc for the character. Maybe it's the protagonist, but oftentimes the second lead who will also be evolving over the course of the series. And the B plot is going to be an episode template, typically like a typical example of what we can expect from this series moving forward, because the A plot was the origin story. The A plot was why we are starting to tell this story right now. So yeah, the reasons that you would have a B plot most frequently are because you want the opportunity to cut away from your A plot. Remember, the B plot works for the A. So if the A is going to need the B plot in order to help tell some part of the story that hasn't already been told, or is possibly going to fill in the gaps on some part of the story that has been told but not necessarily like fully elucidated, then those would be the reasons to have a subplot. And if you want to ask more questions about that and the Q&A, we can do that as well. But I don't want to go much further with that at the risk of confusing. What's next, Kate?
Can you explain the difference again between a beat and a scene?
Well, a beat is what is happening within the story. Like, what is the purpose of this? What is the purpose of this moment in time? Like, how is it advancing the story? A scene is literally what happens in the scene. It's literally what happens in the sequence. So if you're describing the action, then that is a scene. If you were simply telling us the purpose of this particular scene or this particular moment in the show, that would be a beat. I don't know how well that articulated it, but that's what I got for now.
Yeah, I think it was good.
What's next? Thank you.
Does the lesson in Act 3 have to be apparent to the protagonist, or is it enough for it to be apparent to the audience?
In high concept, it's fine if it's apparent just to the audience, and in fact, that'll often mostly be the case. I think the character needs to learn something in low concept, but like I said, it doesn't necessarily have to be accurate. It just needs to be something that will compel them to take their next steps. So yeah, in low concept, yes, the character themselves should learn something, even if it's wrong, even if it's sort of obsolete, but yes, they should learn it.
Great.
What's next?
So for introducing a protagonist in a coming of age story, so if we're like introducing them as like the Garfield, like, you know, most prime example, how do you do that knowing that that character is going to evolve over time?
Well, really, I was referring more to like supporting characters when I was talking about the Garfield rule.
Okay.
Yeah, with our main characters, we want them to feel fully formed. We want them to feel like characters that have the potential to evolve. That's why it's necessary to know a little bit of their backstory, at least for us to know a little bit of their backstory. We want to know the trajectory of their personal evolution. With supporting characters, it's nice to be able to just really boil them down. But that said, the thing I had mentioned earlier about like the sniffles or whatever, don't give your character an affectation. Explain them the way that you want us to remember them. And if part of how you want us to remember them is that this is a character who's imperfect and will evolve, then that's great. Just don't give us anything that we're not going to be coming back to, whether it's a game or an evolving arc. Yeah, that makes sense to you, Kate?
Makes sense to me.
Cool.
Yeah, it seems like there's a couple of questions about wanting more clarity on what the step outline phase is. Again, is that something that you want to answer now, or will they be able to look at it in the packet?
Yeah, we'll when we go through the packet, I think that'll be a good time. That'll be like the last thing we do right before the big Q&A. So yeah, we'll save those for then. I think that'd be a good idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
The last question that I pulled is, when you're ending your outline for your pilot, what are your thoughts about ending on a cliffhanger?
That can be nice. Yeah, we either want to know where you're headed next, where you're headed ultimately, or where you're headed always. And so when we talk about always, what we mean is on a sitcom, like if you're watching The Office, for instance, right? You're watching The Office, and at the beginning of the episode at 9 a.m., they all arrive in through the front door, and at 5 p.m., they all exit out through that same door, sort of a wheel, right? Time is always going to move us forward. Time moves the wheel forward. But the idea is that we're going to start here and we're going to end here. This is where we're ending up. This is where we're starting and where we're ending every episode. We're always coming back around to Dunder Mifflin on The Office. So that would be an example of where we're headed always. Where we're headed ultimately is like How I Met Your Mother, I think I mentioned earlier. How I Met Your Mother starts in the year 2030, and they say, this is the story of How I Met Your Mother. And then at the end of the episode, we cut back to the year 2030. Once again, we indicate where we're ultimately headed with this series, and now we say, okay, this is where the show is headed ultimately over the course of these 77 hours and 208 episodes. This is where this is the direction that we're headed. This is the end game of this series. And when we talk about where you're headed next, those are usually our cliffhanger examples. What we're saying is, in the next episode, this is where we're going. And if you're writing a show for streaming, if you're writing a show that can be binged in particular, yeah, it can be really useful. High concept always. Bingeable series, no matter if they're high or low concept. A cliffhanger can be a great way to end that really inspires your audience to keep watching next. So I don't necessarily like or dislike cliffhangers, other than to say that if you really want your audience to watch the next episode immediately, then a cliffhanger can be great. People say to themselves, like, well, why wouldn't I want my audience to watch the next episode immediately? Well, sometimes if we binge too much, just like if you were to eat an entire pizza, you get too stuffed and then you don't like pizza so much any longer. So sometimes what we're saying is this show would be better if we waited 1 week between episodes to give us enough of a chance to digest what we presently saw, and then in another week we'll be excited for another 30 minutes to an hour of this series. But if you really want us to keep binging, if you really want us to like plow through your series, a cliffhanger ending can be great. Yeah, highly recommended.
I can't relate to your pizza metaphor.
What's that?
I said I can't relate to your pizza metaphor. No matter how much I eat, I still want it. That's all I
worked at a pizza place. It really blew up in my face. I thought that would be the gift that kept on giving, and it did not. Gave me heartburn and a tummy ache. That was a very 43-year-old man thing to say.
I get it.
Seeing some pizzas pop up in the chat. Yeah. Any other questions, or should we press on and then do some more later?
I didn't pull any other ones that were related to what we'd already covered. Everything else is quite general.
Cool. Then we'll come back to everything later. Like I said, I will stick around for a while. I appreciate the questions. Appreciate everyone bearing with me. There's going to be plenty of time for questions. Do trust me on that. But good, we've got some outlining questions out of the way. Let's talk really briefly about some writing tips, and then we'll talk a little bit about revisions. I'm going to show you all these templates. We're going to go through them each one at a time. Won't go through them in too great of detail, but I'll show you everything that you're going to be presented with, everything that you will have to take home and do this work. I know some of you in the chat were sort of talking about how outlining can be particularly difficult for you. I think outlining can be particularly difficult when it's nebulous, which is why our method is really paint by numbers when it comes to that kind of stuff. This is television. Like, television has a form. Television has a very specific form. So what we're going to do is we're going to show you simply how to insert your information into these spots in these structural outlines, and you will, by the time you are finished with that, have a structured television show that you can then bring to life with dialogue, which is what we're also going to start talking about now, writing tips. If you do all of the work that we talked about prior to this, if you've done all of the development and outlining work, then writing should be an absolute breeze. Writing should be an absolute breeze. Let me just check something really quick before we press on. Okay, great. Kate and I are both recording. This is going well. Awesome. So yes, if you've done all this work, then I really think that writing is going to be a breeze. Yes, I'm happy to answer any writing questions in the Q&A, but my biggest tip regarding writing is just to be prepared to write. If you've done the development work and you've thoroughly outlined, then you are ready to write. Not because your story is perfect, but because that's the next step in the learning process. Think of it like a recipe. You don't cook once the recipe is perfect, you cook so that you can perfect the recipe. I never lose. I either win or learn. Who said that? Whose quote is that? Let's go to the chat and see if anybody knows who quote that is. I never lose. I either win or learn. My personal mantra. Anybody know? A lot of rappers popping up. That's not some good guesses. A lot of athletes, rappers. Yes, I did say it. Ben did say it. That's correct. I do swear by that. Actually, that comes from Nelson Mandela. It's a Nelson Mandela quote. It's a Nelson Mandela quote. If he's saying it, if he's saying that he never loses, he either wins or learns, then that should apply to all of you. Unless you've done 27 years in apartheid prison, then I would say that you can learn and benefit from these experiences as well. It's also something that you hear quoted by like basically every MMA coach in existence. I never lose. I either win or learn. It is the essence of what we teach in this class. I teach heuristic learning techniques. Heuristic learning techniques. What that means is that the only wrong answer is no answer. Give an answer, win or learn. And that's what we do with writing. What we say is, it's now time to write because it's the next opportunity for me to learn from my creation. So even if you said to yourself, I wish that my detailed outline was a little bit perfect, that's fine. You're going to perfect it by going to the next stage, by doing the writing stage. Write your script so that you can learn from the experience. Don't stop yourself from learning because you have decided that you're uncertain. Gain certainty by doing the work. If you get to a red light and you don't know whether to turn left or turn right, the only wrong answer is doing nothing. Stand still, gain nothing. Turn left when you should have turned right, you will learn that you should have turned right. Turn right when you should have turned right, you win. I never lose. I either win or learn. Hold on to that one. That one's important. I'm not going to tell you what to do the majority of the time, but you're going to want to keep that one. Do not be losers in this life. Win or learn. That is the definition of a champion. Every time Muhammad Ali walked into a room, he walked in with the swagger of a champion. Not because he thought he was going to win every time, but because not winning did not make him any less of a champion. That is the thing I believe more than anything. The champion carries themselves with a swagger that is not relied on by victories or defeats. If you call yourself a winner, the first time you lose, you cease to be a winner. You call yourself a champion, you are a champion in all of life. Getting a little worked up. I sweat a lot during the summer when I get excited about stuff. Bear with me. I hope I don't look like a drippy mess. So yes, win or learn. Give some answer. Learn from the experience. Another tip to help prepare you for writing is practice scenes. Practice scenes. I recommend writing scenes that don't have anything to do with your pilot, in which you make your characters talk to each other in advance of beginning your actual script. We often go to write and realize we've never written in these voices before, resulting in sort of homogeneous characters that often just sound like the writer. Practice scenes allow you to master voices and character dynamics before you get to the high stakes of your show. But aside from that, I don't have a lot of tips for writing. Like, I think if you're prepared to write, then writing is actually pretty easy. If you're not prepared to write, it's the hardest thing in the world. Why? Because you're making up a story as you go. You're essentially telling a lie. If you practice these scenes, if you do practice scenes, if you really prep with this outlining work, if you prep with the development work, then what you find is when you go to tell a story, it's like you are telling that story that you've told 100 times before, where you know where each and every laugh is going to fall. If you're not prepared, it's like you're making it up as you go and nobody's all that interested. At the very least, you do not feel confident in your story. The goal is to be confident in your story before getting into the writing phase. That doesn't mean that the script is perfect. It just means that you've done the best that you can up to this point, and that the learning will continue by bringing these characters to life with dialogue. Those are my writing tips for you. Like I said, there isn't a ton to it. We talk a whole lot more about everything that preps for writing so that you can just allow writing to be freeing and fruitful, right? That you can just sort of step back and say, okay, I don't have to think about this. I certainly don't have to overthink it. My story has been mapped out. I'm just going to tell it. I'm just going to allow my characters to talk to each other. I've mastered their voices. I've taken the time to consecrate all my decisions through outlining. Now it's simply time to let these characters talk to one another. Those are my writing tips. Like I said, not a whole lot to this phase. Once we spend much more time preparing to write than we actually do on the writing. I think if you're prepared to write, writing is a breeze. For the same reason that having a conversation is pretty easy, right? Because you feel prepared to give these answers. They've been consecrated over the course of your life. If somebody asks you a question that you don't have the answer to, we stammer a little bit, right? But if we are prepared to answer, we do so effortlessly. Allow writing to be effortless. You've always known how to write. You've always known how to make people talk to each other. Now prepare to make these people talk to each other by consecrating the story and by practicing their voices. Okay, so now let's talk about revisions a little bit. So that's writing. Let's talk about revisions. Once you've written it, you're going to revise it. Revisions is a two-step process. Editing and writing. Revisions is a two-step process, editing and rewriting. Editing and rewriting. The first trick is learning to separate them. Editing is about strengthening this version of the story, the one that you've been working on this entire time. If the solution can be achieved with simple modifications to the step or the detailed step outline, that's an edit. If the answer to the question, whose story is this, or what story are we being told is changing, that, on the other hand, is a rewrite. It's a major change to the story itself, and that's worthy of going through the process again. If you're making simple edits, you don't have to start over from scratch. You can probably adjust just the detailed outline and then go immediately back into scripting. If you're doing a rewrite, if you're doing a full-on rewrite, you want to go back to the drawing board. You want to go back all the way to the beginning of the process and start over from scratch. We treat a second draft like it is a new script. Why? Because if we don't, then we end up with the dreaded half draft. If you attempt to change your story in a simple edit, you will end up with the dreaded half draft, halfway between what it was in this draft and what it could be in the new one, satisfying neither. So you either make the decision, I'm going to make small tweaks to this just to better clarify the story that I've been telling because I like this story, I like what it's about, I like who it's about, or you say, I'm going to go back to the drawing board and I'm going to reconsider everything. And I will say that if you're going to reconsider everything, then you reconsider everything. You do not copy and paste when you get to the writing stage. Even if you've said, oh, I feel like this scene is going to stay completely the same, you rewrite it again, even if every word comes out verbatim. You will have the same great ideas over and over and over again. On the other hand, the less than great ones are going to get weeded out. And sometimes it's as simple as just changing one word or two words or a single sentence, and you can affect real drastic change. Give yourself every opportunity to improve the new draft by rewriting it. You take shortcuts because you want it to be done. You do the work thoroughly because you want it to be done right. And I think you will quickly remember that you like this type of hard work and that it's worth going back to the drawing board. If you just want to be done, this line of work is not for you. You should be excited by the hard work. If you're not excited by the hard work, take a firm look in the mirror. That stuff is pretty simple. Like the revisions and the writing stuff, that's sort of what I want to get across, is that if you prepare yourself to do that kind of work, if you prepare yourself to do the fun work in advance, then you just get to have fun at the end, and it's pretty effortless. If you attempt to have fun before you've done the work, it's not going to be fun. It's not going to be fun because you aren't prepared to have fun, right? If you want to play basketball and you haven't inflated the ball, you're now throwing around a stiff, flat piece of plastic or leather, right? Instead, if we are prepared to play the game can be a lot of fun. Prepare yourself to have fun. Prepare yourself after the fact to do the work that will allow this fun to create a great presentation. And I think you'll feel really great about this experience. Don't take shortcuts. Don't be lazy. Don't ever take shortcuts. Don't ever be lazy. As soon as you start, you become a shortcut-taking, lazy person. Do not allow that to be your identity. Instead, be somebody who finds the thing that you love in this life and work your ass off at it. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say ass in this environment. Not sure how much light cussing I'm allowed to do. I said ass, and I apologize if I'm not allowed. Sorry, Lauren, if I'm supposed to keep it purely G. But yes, that's what I want to get across about writing and revisions. Let's, before we do the templates, before we look at these templates and do the big Q&A, any questions about writing and revisions? Any questions about what we've just covered? Take a quick stop.
I'm looking through to see if there are any writing specific ones.
Cool. Thank you. Got hot. Got all summery in here. Is it hot wherever you all are? Raise your hand if it's hot. It's hot.
I'm not seeing.
I asked if it was hot in summer.
Yeah. I'm not seeing specifically stories that are about the writing. Well,
then let's go through the templates, and then we'll just open it up. We'll do the longer Q&A afterwards. And
oh, I see. They're popping up now. Actually, do you want a few?
Sure.
Okay. One says, if you're doing a rewrite, do you start from a blank first page?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I mean, I think you go further. You start with a development template. You know, if you're doing a rewrite, you go back to the development template. A rewrite means that you're going to start the whole process over. Like a rewrite to me means that we take a show that has a very simple log line and something is going to change about that log line. We say this is a coming of age story about a young man balancing the disparate parts, the disparate sides to his multicultural identity. Now what we're going to say is that this becomes an ensemble about a group of people that are doing that. We're going to go back all the way to the drawing board and we're going to restart this idea. If we're just doing a simple edit, if we're just saying the story is going to stay the same, but I would like to make some simple tweaks to it, no, we don't need to start with like a blank page. And in fact, probably not that much massively is going to change. What is going to happen though is we're going to go back to the detailed outline and we're going to consecrate all those changes there before editing in the script. Everything that you do in the script should be a decision that was made in the outline first. Yeah, that answers that one, I think.
Do you have any tips on writing, like doing a certain page count per day or writing a couple hours a day? What are your thoughts on that kind of
stuff? I mean, you know, I think if you're somebody who needs to force yourself to do a certain number of pages in order to get anything done, then yeah, I guess, sure, if you want to say, you know, 5 or 10 pages a day or something like that. But no, I'm mostly opposed to that idea. I think the more we force ourselves to do these things, the less we want to do them. I would say allow the inspiration to set in. And what I mean by that is obviously if you're inspired to write all 30 pages of your 30-page script in a day, by all means, I've certainly done it before. I've also had days where I wrote half of a page and then erased it, and I'm not going to beat myself up over that either. It's all part of the writing experience. You're going to do what you have the ability to do in the moment. I will say that if we force ourselves to use a part of our brain that we do not have access to for whatever reason, then we will do bad work. I tend to like to work on 3 projects at once, not all at the same phase in development, but I like to work on 3 things at once. I call it the 3 plates method. It's another thing that I teach sometimes. The idea behind that is that you've got 3 parts to your brain that you'll have access to creatively. There's the constructive part, there's the creative part, and there's the analytical part. The analytical part edits. The creative part creates these outlines and whatnot. And the constructive part is the writing part. So you say to yourself, what part of my brain do I have access to right now? Am I able to write? Am I able to construct? Am I able to write? Am I able to create outlines? Or am I able to do a little bit of analytical editing? And then you do whatever the best of your brain has at its access. If you're in an editing mode, then you find something to edit. You make sure that you get something accomplished every single day. But you don't have to tell yourself, I need to write 5 pages to be worth anything. Screw that. In fact, I would say if you write 5 bad pages, that's worse than not writing anything at all. So instead, find a way to be functional each and every day of your life. Find a way to go to bed feeling like you accomplished something this day. But don't force yourself to work on something that you're not prepared to work on. You'll just end up hating yourself for that. Good answer, Ben.
Great answer. Everyone's different.
Thank you. Everybody's different. You're all different. You're not me. You're not Kate.
Nope. Let's see. Are there any specific topics that are good to use for doing the practice scenes?
No. I mean, you know, sometimes I'll do I usually like to do a scene where where my main character does something alone, because I think it's interesting to watch the way that like a character how do you say it? I like to have a character on display in a scene in which they're not compromising their identity, because as soon as we start talking to another person, like I'm not just speaking now for the sake of hearing my own voice, I'm speaking in response to a question, right? So we compromise who we are and what it is that we are saying, how it is that we are communicating, so that other people can receive our communication. So in this case, I like to do a scene in which my character does something alone so that I can figure out who they are in and of themselves. Sometimes I'll have them like go out to dinner by themselves, because I think the way that people interact at a restaurant alone is really interesting. So that's one possibility. And then from there, I like to, I'll say I'll have my protagonist have a practice scene with each member of the cast, say, for instance. And what I'll be learning through that is the way in which this main character interacts with each of these people. Like, what are their dynamics? I would rather learn about character relationships through these practice scenes than I would about just the dialogue or the jokes themselves. Yes, character voices are important, but character voices are going to be impacted by the ears that they are speaking to, you know? So yeah, I think for that, for the second one, for like a scene in which my character is having like a one-on-one conversation with somebody else in the cast, I would say, okay, where are these two characters most likely to have this conversation, and what would they be most likely to discuss? So if I'm writing the characters from The Office of like Jim and Dwight, then they're probably having this conversation at work because there's nowhere else where the two of them would probably interact, and it's probably going to be combative, right? Because they don't get along that well. So that's the dynamic that I want to practice between the two of them. So that's the kind of scene that I would write. Yeah, but it's really largely going to depend on who your character is and what you want to practice about their voice, you know? Yeah. What's the next one, Kate?
Do you have any tips on making realistic sounding dialogue?
Practice. Yeah, I think it's practice. I think that it's only difficult when it feels very forced. The more we practice, the more that their words roll right off of their tongues. I think that when somebody asks me a question and I respond to it, it never feels all that forced, and it's because I am practiced at speaking as Ben. And so, yeah, the more you practice these characters, the more I think it feels effortless the way that you make them talk. And then I think the sort of the beauty of it is that we allow characters to become more like idiosyncratic in that respect, right? That it isn't just like, this is how I talk because this is the way that I always am. Instead, it's, this is the way that I talk in this particular situation because this is going on and because I haven't had enough to eat and I'm in a bad mood. We allow our characters to become fully formed, not just in terms of like who they are in and of themselves, but also how they would respond to a variety of different situations. So put your characters in a variety of different situations, and then it'll always be effortless inserting them into situations in the future because you will have practiced putting them into similar kind of environments. Yeah, that's what I'll go on with. That's what I'll go with that one.
Totally. You want some more, or you want to move on?
Yeah, we can do more. We've got a lot of time, actually.
Okay. So what's that?
We finished all the curriculum, technically.
I love that for us. Okay. Do you have tips that are specifically like for writing comedy, like where there's like jokes and jokes, or is it all the same across the board?
Well, I mean, I think the thing about comedy, and I think, you know, every type of comedy writing is going to be uniquely difficult. And I think what's difficult about comedy writing in television is that like every joke needs to not only be funny, but also move the story forward. And so I think you don't want to be writing jokes. You want to be writing funny plot points. You want to be writing sequences in which the characters are making us laugh while also moving the story forward. Because if we're ever not moving the story forward, we're running out of time. You cannot afford to be both funny and tell a story, so you better tell a funny story. If you're not telling a funny story, then you're essentially writing two scripts simultaneously. So make sure that that it's not about writing jokes. Any joke that will derail your plot for even a second is the wrong joke, no matter how much it makes us laugh. Make sure that funny things are happening in your plot. And I think that's one of the main reasons to have a detailed outline completed before you begin the writing phase, is that now what we've done is we've set up a lot of funny sequences for our characters to interact within, funny opportunities for our characters to chat with each other in an environment, in a background. But if what we're saying is like, okay, I just need to make these characters talk in a funny way to each other, we're going to sit them still at a dinner table and just have them crack jokes back and forth. And it's not going to be very compelling visually. Remember that this is television. Remember that this is a visual medium as well as a conversational medium. And so the jokes are going to be a lot funnier if you create environments for funny things to happen. Yeah, but if you're just cracking jokes back and forth at the expense of the plot, you're going to end up with really long scenes that serve no purpose. this. We've all been in line behind a group of strangers that were laughing at their own inside jokes at the movie theater, right? We don't feel well about those people, despite the fact they may be the funniest people on the planet. They annoy us because we're not part of their world. If you expect us to stop and just listen to a bunch of jokes, whether they're great or not so great between strangers, we're going to walk away. If you tell us a great story that also happens to be funny, amazing. Story moves forward, and it does so in a way that compels us to laugh as well. Yeah, what's the next one, Kate?
How descriptive should we be with our stage directions? How much is too much or too little, especially if you're writing physical comedy or a fight scene?
Not very lengthy, I would say. You know, I mean, it's less about, you know, if this is a show that's really action-packed that doesn't have a ton of dialogue, like sometimes that's the case, then that's totally fine. What you can't have is a ton of dialogue and a ton of action. Television just doesn't have time for it, right? Most of those shows that we're going to see on like HBO or Showtime that are more cinematic tend to have less dialogue. When we watch a show like a 30 Rock, or you watch a show like any number of things that are on network television, they're not going to be all that action-packed. They are mostly conversational. So it's about one or the other. Can you just repeat the question, though, one more time, just so I remember the specifics of it, Kate?
Yeah. Let's see. Where did it go? How descriptive are you with your directions? How much is too little? Right. And then if you're writing comedy or fight scene, that was like the specific part.
It's more that you don't want to be interrupting with your dialogue. Once the characters start talking to each other, we would like the dialogue to be pretty free flowing. What I see more often than anything that will be stifling is a line of dialogue, then a line of stage direction, line of dialogue, line of stage direction, line of dialogue, line of stage direction. Now there's no flow to the conversation. If there's no flow to the conversation, we are not picking up the information within. We don't want too frequent interruptions of stage direction, and then executives don't want too large of chunks of stage direction because they just tend to skip over them. They're lazy, right? So no more than a few lines of stage direction is probably appropriate. There's not a hard and fast rule, and if you've got a good reason to do otherwise, fine. And then try as little as possible to interrupt the dialogue once your characters stop talking. So what I like to do is have a nice little descriptive, informative chunk of stage direction at the top of the scene, and then unless it's absolutely necessary, I'm not going to interrupt the dialogue. And the thing I will say, in addition to that about the stage direction is you want to make sure that you're using your own voice in conveying it. Don't let your stage direction be overly stiff. If your stage direction is overly stiff, everyone's going to want to skip over it, not just lazy executives. Instead, you always be concise. Never give us any excess. Never tell us more than we need to know in the stage direction. But if you use your own voice, then you're selling yourself as well as this script. You can sell a script one time. You can sell yourself over and over and over again. Your characters are telling the story in dialogue. You are telling the story in stage direction. Make sure that everybody who reads this knows how funny and interesting you are. But again, be brief with it as much as possible. If you feel like prattling on at the expense of the story, well, we're going to lose interest in the story and you. So make sure that the story is always moving forward in a way that's fun, and additionally in a way that reflects you, that's representative of you, the writer, the person who is selling this story, the person who is selling this show. Yeah, that's that one.
Love it.
Got any more from this group? Oh, geez, there's 73.
Yeah, it's not. I'm kind of focused specifically on writing process questions. Is that?
Okay. That's perfect.
Okay. So how does a writer implement their own voice into a script? Do you have any tips for that?
Talk. You know, I mean, say it the way that you speak. Don't be writing this like it's a piece of Victorian fiction. Write this like you speak, you know, let it come right out of your own voice. How would you say it? If you were telling us what was happening, if you were telling this to your friend, write it that way. Now, don't add any extra, don't add any excess, but whatever it is that you're trying to convey, if you want to write it robotically and plainly at first and then say, okay, I'm going to translate this into my own voice, but I can't tell you how to use your voice. That is definitely the key to successful writing, though, is find a way way to let this be an extension of you. So how would you say it? If this was happening to you and you were describing it in a story to somebody else, how would you say it? Yeah. We can come back around to that one later if somebody wants to ask something that's a little bit more specific, but that's the best I can kind of offer for the general version.
Mm-hmm. So for when you're rewriting, do you have an agenda for each rewrite that you do? Does that make sense?
I mean, I'm not sure I understand the question exactly. I mean, I would say, if I'm going to do a rewrite as opposed to an edit, then yeah, I've decided that I want to make a specific change to the story. Yeah, if that's what the question is.
Yeah, maybe the question is the difference between editing and rewriting. Maybe that's helpful.
An edit just means that you're tweaking the story that you've already been telling, and a rewrite means that you're telling a different story. Maybe it involves the same characters, maybe it involves like roughly the same theme, but you are telling a different version of this story. Yeah, that's what I got for that one.
Works for me.
Nice, thank you.
When you're editing or rewriting, how do you determine how to like not be too precious with things that you really love if they're not serving the story?
Don't be too precious with the things that you love. Get over it. That one I'm going to be really blunt about. Kill your babies. They're not your babies. They're just points in a script. You have to be willing to let go of everything. Oftentimes you'll write a scene, it's great. That's why I said, go back to the drawing board when it comes to writing. You've written a scene, you love the scene. It was great in the first draft. It doesn't mean it's great in the next draft. And I will say that they often, almost always, feel out of place. Even a great scene feels out of place in the new draft. If you don't give yourself every opportunity to write it over again from scratch, it belonged to the old version. That couch that you loved in your first house doesn't necessarily look so great in this new house. It was a great couch before. We're not saying it's not a great couch. We're just saying it doesn't belong here. So let it go. You're going to come up with great ideas. If you came up with a great idea once, if you came up with a hilarious scene once, then you are somebody who is capable of coming up with great scenes. You are somebody who is capable of writing hilarious dialogue. You are somebody who is capable of creating something that you will truly enjoy. Acknowledge that you will be able to do it again. That's a great way to declare ourselves as frauds, to say I'm only going to be able to nail this once, or this thing that I liked once is so precious that it means that I can't turn my back on it. No, it's just a piece of a script. It can easily go away. Nobody's read it but you. Or maybe somebody else has read it and they liked it. And that's great. You already got the laughs that you needed out of that. You already got the response that you were looking for out of that. If it doesn't work in the new script, it doesn't belong in the new script, even if you loved it the first time. Let go of everything. Be willing to let go of everything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Let it go.
Totally. So once your script is written, how much feedback do you recommend soliciting or not?
I don't know that there's an answer to that question exactly, but I will say that when I request feedback, I tend to like very specific feedback. I tend to like to ask somebody for a specific brand of feedback that will also make them feel good about themselves. That I would say, oh, Kate, you're my friend that has such an amazing sense of story structure. Will you read this and tell me how it appears from a story structure standpoint? It doesn't mean that Kate isn't going to give me some other feedback that doesn't pertain to story structure, but now Kate knows exactly what I'm looking for. Kate knows how to be of service, and it makes our readers feel a lot less stressed. I guess that's the best word that I can come up for it. You hand somebody a script and you say, read this. They don't know what you're looking for. They don't know what's going to insult you. They don't know what's going to make you happy. If you tell them specifically why you're handing it to them and what it is that you're looking for, now, one, they can respond to that. And two, they'll feel pretty galvanized. They'll feel pretty strong about themselves and they'll want to do the work. I will additionally say that table reads, doing a table read is a great way to accomplish this stuff. Like, it's pretty easy to get a group of people, less so in quarantine, but not even that difficult in quarantine. It's pretty easy to get a group of people together. You buy a pizza and a case of beer or whatever your beverage of choice is. You can probably get people to come over and read your script with you. And then in addition to enjoying reading the script, because it's a fun thing to do, and enjoying pizza and enjoying whatever the beverage is, they're also going to think to themselves, oh, wow, like Kate wrote a great script. script, and Kate thinks I'm pretty great. I bet I could write a great script too. And now you formed this little community of people that can help each other out. Like, television is community. I put it in the chat earlier when I saw everybody that was like forming little groups and working so well together. Like, that's what TV is, forming little communities of like-minded people, right? Read your script with them, read their scripts together as well. But when it comes to specifically what you're looking for in terms of feedback, ask yourself about the reader, ask yourself about each specific reader. What can they bring to this experience that will really help me? Because they're going to feel so good when they're told that they are able to help and that there is a specific way in which they can do so. You're not just saying, who can help me move? You're saying, hey, I could use this specific help, and I'm asking specifically people that I think could really be successful in doing so. Put people in position to succeed, and they will love you for it. Ask people for things that they are not capable of giving to you, and they will immediately resent you, right? If you ask for $5 from somebody who only has 4, you are asking that person to fail. Ask the correct people for the correct information. You will not only get the correct information, but you will make them feel great about themselves. I like that answer.
Yeah, it was good.
Thank you.
Okay. So, let's see. Are there any other sort of like repetition ideas, like practice scenes, that you can recommend that will help people improve their writing skills?
I mean, just the outlining that we talked about. Like, the outlining is designed to answer, each step in the outlining process is designed to answer whatever questions couldn't have been answered in the previous one. So we do the general outline, and we get a general sense of like the emotional arc of this series, of this episode. And then we say to ourselves, okay, but like, I don't know what the scenic journey is going to be like. I don't know how this is going to unfold beat by beat by beat by beat. So now we do the next phase of the outlining, and we learn how it's going to unfold beat by beat by beat by beat. We're looking at the skeleton we're looking at Kevin's skeleton, like we mentioned earlier, and we're saying, okay, I recognize that this is definitely a skeleton, but there isn't enough for me to identify this actual person. Right now, it's just a bag of bones, right? So now we move on to the detailed outlining phase, and we say to ourselves, okay, so now I need to include all of the glorious detail so that this can become a human being. The first outline, the general outline, it's just the shape of a human. The second outline, it now becomes all of the bones are in place. It becomes the skeleton for this person. And then in the third outline, once we get into the development outline, we say, okay, now this actually looks like a human being. Now this is an actual physical being who is capable of speaking and acting and interacting. And so now when we get into the writing phase, that's the next consecrating stage. Now we say, okay, but the only way to bring this creature to life is by making them talk, is by writing the script. So yeah, it's all development. We answer those 6 questions so that we can get to the stage where we say, okay, this is what has to happen in my pilot episode roughly, and then this is specifically what has to happen, and then in all its glorious detail, this is specifically what's going to happen, and now I'm going to make it happen. So each step in this development process, each step in this script writing process is designed to answer anything that's left over from the last. The one thing that you can't do effectively when it comes to writing without the practice scenes is just make them talk in a way that doesn't feel like it's the first time that they've ever spoken. But in every other way, you've consecrated each one of your decisions multiple times over. The reason that my method works is because it forces you to double and triple check each and every stone, right? We leave no stone unturned, we double and triple check them. That's the repetition, really. And it's not necessarily repetitious in the sense that like you do this over and over and over and over again, but instead you do a little bit of something and you learn from it, and you do a little bit of something more and you learn from it, and you do a little bit of something more. Rather than calling it repetitious, I'd rather call it incremental. So just going slow is the key to everything. It's also why we did things the way that we did them today, because I talked about a lot of things that made sense to you once I just started talking about them slowly, but maybe felt a little bit more nebulous, that maybe felt a little bit more opaque when it was just part of the overall script writing process. But then what I would tend to see are things like people saying, oh, wow, that makes so much more sense now. It doesn't make any more sense than it did previously. It just went slower. If we attempt to plow through these things, if we attempt to do multiple things simultaneously, then what ends up happening is we do nothing well. If we do one thing and then slowly learn and slowly complete it, and then learn from it and slowly complete the next thing, we're going to learn each of these things, and we're also going to learn each of these things in the context of the overall. Yeah, I think that's the answer to that one.
Okay. Here's a fun question. Do you know of anyone who has written their way out of depression, or do you find it more necessary to be okay before you write?
Well, I mean, I think there's two ways to write scripts, and we have classes in our program that sort of speak to both of those. Write yourself out of depression. I mean, and I get it's all just wording. I trip over it a little bit, but what I will say is that we tend to have these. We have two types of classes. Our main classes. So like our like low concept and high concept classes. And the idea behind those is that, yeah, you would probably want to have processed your story before you go to write it. You probably want to know, you don't want to just be like angry at all the opposing characters. You want to empathize with, there's an expression, empathize with your villains before you start to write. I would say I agree with that in low concept situations. But I think there's also a style of story. We do a class called Pilots Anonymous within our program. Pilots Anonymous is essentially pilot therapy. The idea is that you're going to take a story that you've been really wrestling with, one that you have not fully processed, one that you're particularly upset about, maybe depressed about, and you're going to write it not with the intention of having a great script, but instead getting to that place where you could write a great script, working through those feelings yourself. And what we do in those, in terms of practice scenes within those is we tend to say write the fight. And what do we mean by write the fight? We mean there is an argument that you've been having with somebody in your life, your significant other or your best friend or your parent or your boss or your bully or whatever, one that you've been having over and over and over again in your head that you're not willing to say for whatever the consequences would be, that you just continue to have it. It rattles around in your brain. It's probably the source of a great deal of your anxiety and maybe your depression as well. So now what we're saying is write that fight. Take the time to process those feelings by writing out a sequence in which you argue with this person who you've been having this confrontation with in your head. One, because it allows you to articulate these words in the same way that you would if you were writing a journal entry. But two, and I think this is even more important, they get to respond as well. So now you have to find a way to empathize with these villains because you have to make them speak in response. So in terms of working your way through depression, I don't know if it'll work to work your way through depression, but I think it can help you definitely to process whatever it is that you are feeling, to allow this thing or this person or whatever that is causing you so much grief to become personified and to have a fight back with you. Yeah, I think especially in this current day and age where a lot of the people that we are angry at are not necessarily people in our day-to-day lives. Yeah, I've worked through a lot of my animosity towards people who are on the other side of this current, political, sociological debate through practice scenes, through allowing them to become human beings that I respond to, So yeah, I think there's definitely a way to sort through your feelings using writing. I think that writing is therapeutic as much as it is anything else. At the same time, I'm always hesitant with the use of that word depression, because I don't want to tell anybody that they shouldn't seek therapy. I think that, like, more than anything, talk to somebody about what it is that you're feeling. Don't expect that you can write your way out of it, but writing definitely can be helpful in that transformative process. Maybe that answers it. If not, we can come back around to it. I tried. Hey, I tried.
You did. I love that.
I tried. Thank you.
All we can do, man.
All we can do.
Is it better to write a script clean, then add profanity, or write it as is and then take out the profanity? What are your feelings about profanity?
I mean, I don't know that I don't know that that's something necessarily that you need to worry about. I think that sometimes we've made the decision in advance of writing this script. Oh, I see this as a script for like network television. I see this as a script for basic cable, and those places probably don't want you to do a whole lot of cussing. So I would consider the platform more than anything. I would say to myself, like, okay, am I aiming this? Is my intention for this a platform? So just to articulate in case it's unclear to anybody, the platforms are network television, basic cable, premium cable, and streaming internet. Streaming internet and premium cable are more than happy to include cussing within their episodes. You know, so if you are intending the show for a platform that's going to allow them, then feel free to cuss if it feels natural to you and your characters. What I tend to say you want to withhold until after the draft are things like narrative devices, things like cutaways and voiceover, flashbacks, direct address like they have on that show Fleabag that everybody loves right now. I tend to say you are better off writing the story plainly and then deciding what else your story needs after the fact. So that could apply to cussing, but I think for the most part, those are just going to be tonal choices that you're going to make about your characters beforehand. That said, if your story has so much cussing that it's going to preclude certain audiences from watching the show, that's definitely something to consider as well. Yeah, I don't write a lot of cussing because I'm 43, and you just get to that point where, like, they don't roll off your tongue quite the same way. Like every time I use the F word, I sound like I'm the angriest person on the planet. It used to sound cooler coming out of me. But like, if you can do it in a way that feels like effortless and feels like reflective of your characters, then yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Totally. Are there any tips or differences between outlining and writing procedural shows and pilots that are different from comedies and dramas and all that?
Can you repeat that again?
Are there any differences or tips about outlining or writing procedural pilots as opposed to other genres? Is it the same kind of work?
In like a sitcom. I mean, they're just situations that have crimes instead of comedy. But yeah, you write them with the expectation that every episode is going to be like a one-off, just like a sitcom would. This is the sitcom episode of Seinfeld where they're like I don't watch Seinfeld. Why did I go with Seinfeld? The show I've watched 2 episodes of. This is the episode of whatever of the show where they're having a competition to see who can go the longest without caffeine or whatever, some made-up plot. In a procedural, this is the episode in which we are solving the crime of who killed Betty or whatever, right? Same thing. It's just gonna be a one-off episode. It's gonna be crime-driven, I will say, and I can't go into this with too great a detail. And I will say this is the one thing that I've said so far where I say I'm not going to allow any follow-up questions on this. This is way too. If I go deeper, it becomes too advanced, and we do have upper-level classes that are devoted to this. When it comes to things like high concept, when it comes to things like mysteries, when it comes to things like procedurals, we use the scientific method. We just say, I got this theory. And then from there, I'm going to come up with a way to test my theory. And then from there, I'm going to take the evidence that I learned from my theory. And then from there, I'm going to form a new conclusion. And then from there, I'm going to form a new theory. It's science. Yeah, procedurals, high concept, it's really just science. And when people say to themselves like, oh, I want to write a high concept mystery or whatever, I say, do you like science? And then they always say no. And I say, you're probably not going to have that much fun writing a story like this. It's all effort, and the execution doesn't really ever get to be that much fun. So yeah. When it comes to procedurals, when it comes to anything that's going to be like really story driven, be very scientific. People speculate, or people scrutinize every single detail within a high concept story, which is essentially what these procedurals are going to be. They're just mysteries that are going to be solved by the end of this one episode, where we focus as much on the characters and relationships as we do on the story itself. But yeah, that's the gist of it. More scientific, but besides that, it's a one-off episode. It's going to function like a sitcom. We expect it to begin and end roughly the same. Yeah.
Cool. Let's see. if you do decide to do go ahead. Yeah.
Let's just do one or two more, and then we can come back around to these a little bit later. I want to go over the packet next. So yeah, let's just do two more questions, I think.
Okay. So if you do a rewrite, do you keep your first version around after you move on to a rewrite?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, these things are probably just located on your computer. Yeah, my writing file has every draft of every script. There's certainly no reason to throw it away. I think in all likelihood, you'll probably not come back around to it in the same way that, like, if you write a script 5 years ago and then you continue to write scripts for the next 5 years, you don't go back and read that script from 5 years ago all that frequently, because you just feel bad about yourself for everything that you were once upon a time. You've gotten so much better since. So if the second draft improves upon the first draft, my guess is that you might not have a lot of allegiance to that first draft, but there's certainly no reason to get rid of it. I would keep everything that you write. So I keep everything that I keep, even all of the stuff I outlined. I like to go back to my wherever I keep all of my data, all my information, all of my like outline work, all my development work, and look back at it before I write and say, good God, I have done a tremendous amount of work. I do feel prepared to write. I keep every representation of just how hard I work in this life, because every once in a while I'm going to start beating up on myself for not being good enough. And if I go back and I look at how hard I work, well, I don't feel so bad about myself any longer. I'm a person who works hard enough to fix these things. I'm not a person who failed the first time, and I don't expect you to feel that way either. If looking back on an old draft makes you feel like a failure, get rid of it. But I think in most cases, the way that it should make you feel about yourself is that, God, I am a hardworking person. I will figure this thing out.
Totally. There seems to be a couple of questions about spec scripts. Is that something that you can touch on?
I mean, I'm not going to do it right now. I maybe we'll try later, but I'm not an expert on those. I've never written one. If you want to get staffed on something, then it can be useful, I guess, but I don't aim to staffed. That's sort of like the last thing that I would personally want. So I haven't done any of that work. I would say I wrote one spec script of The Office, and it was the most unrecognizable Dwight Schrute that you'll ever encounter in your entire life. I'm not really good at that kind of thing. I'm good at the original parts of this. I think that your mentors through this program are far more equipped. But yeah.
Received. Understood. I've never written one.
Not for me. I mean, there's nothing against them. If you want to get staffed, it's good to have in your portfolio. A lot of these fellowships, a lot of these competitions seem to require them, and it doesn't hurt. I just don't do that well. What I do well is come up with my own ideas and then find a way to make them 75% relatable and 25% unique. But that's me.
Totally. And even that's changing, right? I feel like a lot of fellowships that I see are now asking for originals, and same with staffing. So I don't know if they'll go away entirely, but that's what I know.
Good to hear. Yeah. Says here, my mentor, who is a TV exec, says spec scripts are dying, just like Kate. Is Kate your mentor? Well, she should be. What else we got? Let's do one more, Kate, and then let's stop for just the time being, and we'll come back around in a little bit. I want to show them all the stuff they're going to get to keep moving forward. I wish they could. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Let's see. What is a good one? I mean, to say all of these questions are good. I just mean for the moment.
Right.
Do you have is there a rough page count for each scene or beat in the outline?
I mean, you want to do page budgeting. You want to be aware of these things, but no, I wouldn't say that there's like a hard and fast rule, other than to say that the first act my ideal first act is going to be 10 pages. My ideal third act is going to be 5 pages. My ideal second act is going to be 15 pages. And that equals out to 15 pages that are devoted to the series. So the first act is about introducing the series. The third act is about launching the series in perpetuity. The second act is just this episode of the show. So I like that nice even split. 15 pages for the episode, 15 pages for the series. In terms of each individual scene, I think on average, a scene of some substance. Sometimes you're going to have like little appetizer or dessert scenes, like meaning like a little scene that acts as just like pure introduction into a larger scene, or a little scene that just acts as pure conclusion to that larger scene. But if we're talking about like a full-fledged scene, like a scene of some merit, then we're probably going to say like 1 to 2 pages on average for a single cam scene, and then like 2 to 4 pages on average for a multicam scene. But also keep in mind that like multicam is double spaced and single cam is single spaced. So we're just sort of thinking in terms of like the 30 pages total. In terms of 30 pages total, I would say for a multicam, 2 to 4 pages is about average for a scene. For a single cam, 1 to 2 pages is about average. But yeah, I guess that's the answer to that one. I think did that answer the question? I'm struggling to remember what the question was.
Yes, I think you did answer the question. I have a quick follow-up one that will cover another question, since you just talked about page for multicam. I had answered a question that said that a single cam script as it's formatted should be about 28 to 35 pages. What's the difference when you're in that multicam format when it's double spaced? Do you have that number?
45 to 60. I think 50 is about the perfect length.
Great, I love that. Thank you.
Nice. So let's pause on the questions for a little bit, and we'll come back around to them. Like I said, I'll stick around for as long as a half hour after the 3 o'clock for anybody who wants to stick around. And noticing just how much people are using the chat, we're going to leave this room open so that y'all can continue to hang out as much as possible. I really enjoy, like I said earlier, I think this is all about community. It's all about finding like-minded friends. Most of you don't know each other. You started talking about this thing that you all have in common, which is this seminar, which is television writing, which is at this time in our lives all being engaged in this same practice of self-discovery and growth. And I just think that's the best thing that we can ask for, is just people from different walks of life coming together to see just how much you have in common. Not that you ever thought that you didn't have this much in common, but it is the problem with the world right now, right? The problem with the world seems to be that there's a real even split between people that think this way and people that think this way. And if we can come together and discuss these things, then great progress will be made. As long as we decide there's no point in talking to that person because they're different from us, then we just stay different forever. We're all 75% alike and 25% different. And so, yeah, I'm excited for you to continue to get to ask your questions, to continue to chat. I've been doing this a really long time. If I ever sound less enthusiastic than your question is, it's only because I've answered these questions a million times, but I'm more than happy to answer them for you. I'm more than happy to be a source of inspiration for any of you. We'll stick around for as long as we need to today, or at least I will, and we'll get to those questions in a little bit. The Q&A never seems to go down. I'm going to choose to take pride in that, as opposed to be overwhelmed by it and scared. But yeah, let's go to, let's see what's next, just to make sure I'm on the right page. I believe next up is these templates. Actually, it's 2 o'clock, right? Before we do these templates, let's take a 5-minute break. Yeah, sorry, I just opened something up on the computer. Let's take a 5-minute break. When we come back at 2:13, 2:12:13, we'll go over all these templates, and then we'll do our last round of a little talkie. I'll give a little motivational speech at the end. If you've known me now long enough to guess that I was probably going to do that, right? That white devil can talk, right? That's what I do. I blather on. So yes, we are going to do a little bit of template, a little bit of um, a little motivation and a little bit of Q&A, and that'll be it. Um, Good. I wasn't sure as white devil rolled out of my mouth if that was a bad thing to say. I'm glad it's being responded to positively in the chat. Thank you for making me feel whole. Great. So we will see you in 5 minutes. Great. All right. Hi, everybody. Let's get rolling again. I forgot what we're doing. I mean, I know we're at a TV writing seminar.
And you're changing people's lives. That's what you're doing.
Changing lives. Nice. Well, then let's keep changing them. I'm gonna lower the hands. If your hand is up because you had a question to ask, maybe throw that in the Q&A. We'll get to those. But I'm just gonna lower them all. Yeah, let me go back to this. What do we got here? Oh, right, the templates. Who wants to look at these templates? Let me see some hands if you want to check out these templates. Who's excited to see some templates? It'd be funny if nobody answered.
They want to see them.
This is what you get to take with you. Keep saying take home, and then people respond, we're already home. How dare you? You're right. My bad. My bad. You get to keep at home. You get to keep these things. You don't just have to look at them on the little screen that Kate shares. Let's open up the packet, and let's just show them each one. Let's quickly show them each one. We'll take about 15 minutes at most, and then we'll use the rest of our time on questions, and then my little bit of my little spiel about what you should do to blah, 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 blah. So Kate's opening that one up. Perfect. So yeah, just go up to the top, go up to the very beginning if you don't mind. So yeah, what we're giving you here is we're going to give you a few different development templates. So these development templates are the 6 questions. Remember, we told you didn't have to write everything down. All you have to do, know that these have not been mailed yet. We save these we send these out afterwards because I don't like people to get ahead of themselves. I don't like people skipping ahead. So at the end of the seminar, we pass these on to Lauren. Lauren will pass these on as well. We'll get this video online as soon as humanly possible. And then we will make sure that you are very aware of it. But no, you don't have these things just yet. You'll just look at them here, and then you'll get to take them home, or you'll get to play with them at home later. Yeah, Christmas morning. So yeah, this is our an example from Rami. This is an example of a protagonist-led show. Kate, if you'll scroll down to the next one. I think if you just push this little the little arrow button, it'll probably jump to the next page. Even more effortless. Let's see if that works. The little arrow next to the one, the down. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You see where it says like 1 of 22? Yeah.
It's 10 months of scrolling. Wow.
So go ahead, keep going again. So now this is fresh off the boat. This is a protagonist-led ensemble, Eddie Huang. This is Dear White People. This is our ensemble version. Actually, keep it on the, I'll tell you when to scroll down. I do need a little bit longer, please. So yeah, back up to Dear White People, please. This is the members of the Black Student Union at Winchester University. This is our ensemble. So yeah, we have a protagonist example for you. We have a protagonist-led ensemble. We have an ensemble. We don't have any relationship shows. Why? Because there are kind of not any relationship shows that are not about white people. And why is that? Because the television industry, because white people in general, and I do not mean this with even the slightest bit of sarcasm, do not like to show love as represented in other communities. Because if we can see the love that is represented in other communities, then we can see just how much more heart people have that have been forced to struggle when we have not. And so we like to portray people who are not of this particular skin tone as being utterly conflicted. It's the same reason that anytime you hear about the Bloods or the Crips, they are described as a gang instead of a community organization. All groups commit violent crimes at times. It is not who they are. And so there aren't enough examples of this within the television world. There's not enough examples of love outside of the white community on television. And it's a thing that, as you can probably tell from my face, is very, very disturbing to me. I would love to see more stories about love within communities that do not have this particular complexion. So yes, dear white people, nice, they're on the way. I like hearing that. Nice. Let's scroll down again. Now we can go on to the next one. Okay, thank you. So this is our general outline. We give you a general outline for Rami. So Rami is a protagonist-led show. If this wasn't a protagonist-led show, if this was a protagonist-led ensemble, then your perspective, each of the perspectives you'll notice is from Rami's perspective. If this was a show about a protagonist-led ensemble, it might be the protagonist, it might be the ensemble, it might be both. If this was an ensemble show, this would be about like probably the group all together in place of Rami. If this is a relationship show, then this is probably going to be about the relationship in place of Rami. So we're going to say Abby ampersand Alana, for instance, right? Abby and ampersand Alana are the perspective in each of these beats. The point is, whoever's perspective it is that you are conveying with your story, give them the perspective in each of these beats. That's the general outline. Let's scroll down to a couple of step outlines next. Or this is the step-by-step, this is the step outlining process. We're not going to go over it, but you'll have this mapped out for, this will give you a little bit of a step-by-step process to doing a step outline. A step outline at first is just the A plot. We start out with just our main story like we would in the general outline, and then we're going to start including subplots. This is going to give you a step-by-step process that'll teach you how to add subplots into your main story. Let's go to the next one, Kate. So this is the A plot for Atlanta. This is just the A plot, just the main storyline. The A plot here is that Earn becomes a manager, becomes Paperboy's manager. And we can scroll, we can go to the Carmichael show one next. This is so Atlanta was our single cam example. It's got more scenes. Carmichael show is our multicam example. Carmichael show is a multicam example. The thing you notice about multicam is that multicam has considerably fewer scenes. Yeah, considerably fewer scenes. I'm saying, no, Insecure would be a protagonist-led show. It has a relationship in it, but it's not a relationship show. It's not about the relationship. So Carmichael show is like the slowest paced show that you're going to find on television. It has 7 total scenes, right? Which means that each scene is going to be 4.5, 5 pages long each. But yes, so this is an example of the Carmichael show. We showed you Atlanta. We show you the Carmichael show. And now we're going to show you Atlanta and the Carmichael show from a couple different, at a couple different stages in the step outline development. So if you'll scroll down to the next one, please, Kate. So this is Atlanta. This is step 1. So this is where, and this is all going to be contained within that sheet that tells you how to go about inserting subplots, but this is step 1. This is about inserting placeholders for your B plot. So you say, this is my A plot. This is where the B plot either can coexist with scenes that already exist in the A plot, or where the B plot could be inserted because the A plot could use a break. Yeah, that's the step outline part 1. So you take your A plot, you look for places where the B plot could be inserted for some reason. Yes, R.I.P. the Carmichael show is my favorite on television. Let's scroll down to the next one. Let's show the Carmichael show. So yeah, this is the Carmichael show with the B plot included, the B plot being Gerard doesn't vote. So yeah, these are just scenes where the B plot coexists alongside the A plot. You'll notice that the B plot exists at least once in each act. If it's a plot, it has to exist in the first act, the second act, and the third act. Any plot has a beginning, a middle, and an end. The beginning is in the first act. The middle is in the second act. The conclusion, the end, is in the third act. So that's what that looks like. Let's scroll down again to the full step outline examples. So you start with an A plot, then you add in the B plot placeholders. And now this is messed up. One of the people who worked for me screwed up, and I'm angry about it. It wasn't Kate, though. So this should be ABC, not ABA. I'm jackass. This is what I look like when I'm angry. A, B, and C, the A plot is Earn becomes a manager. The B plot is Paperboy struggles to get respect. This is an episode template. And Van and Earn's relationship plot is the C plot, or the second A plot. Jackass. So yeah, This is what a full step outline looks like. This is what the full step outline looks like. You can scroll down a little bit more, show them all of it. So yeah, that's a full step outline. It's got the A, the B, and the C in it. Let's do the same thing for Carmichael. Okay, yep, Carmichael, Gerard, and Maxine are living in sin is the episode template. Gerard and Maxine, or Gerard doesn't vote is the episode, is another episode template. And Bobby and Nikisha's divorce is it should be a relationship plot. That one might actually be on me. Relationship plot. But what you're seeing here, that part doesn't matter. The point is, this is what a step outline should look like. It should contain all the plots that are present within a scene. If you see A, B, C, that means that the A, the B, and the C are all represented by one single beat. If you see an A/B, it means that one beat represents both the A plot and the B plot. If you see something like up on the in the cold open act number 1, Gerard doesn't want to tell his parents he and Maxine moved in together, and then B, Gerard reveals he doesn't vote. Both of those happen within the scene, but they are not happening simultaneously. So A and B means that both of these are happening, but not simultaneously. A/B means they are happening simultaneously. Yeah, let's go down to the next one. Thank you. So now we've got a couple of single cam scenes. We've got this insecure, these are detailed outline scenes. These contain all the details. One means that this was the cold open scene number 1, interior middle school classroom morning. And then we have in all of its rich detail exactly what happens in the scene. We get down to the bottom, it says Issa, Frida, teacher, and students. Issa and Frida are main cast members, which is why they're in caps. The teacher and students are not. They're just episodic characters, so they are put in lowercase. And then 2.5 pages is our page budget. One of the things we do is we budget out our pages so that we know exactly how long we expect this script to be before we begin writing. And what you do here is you can like count out the number of lines in this detailed outline, and that's going to equal 2.5 pages. So if you've got about 10 lines, that's going to equal about 2 pages or so. If you've got 5 lines, that's going to equal out to about 1 page. These are all guesstimates. The point is you are setting intention in advance of writing and in advance of action. We always want to know what we're about to engage in before we engage in it. If you scroll down to the next one so we can see the longer version, this is single cam. Multicam is going to be about twice the length. So this is a 1 day at a time, a very lengthy scene. This is Act 1, scene number 2, interior Penelope's apartment evening. Then we have a great big lengthy scene that involves our A plot, our B plot, and our C plot. Down at the bottom, Penelope, Alex, Lydia, and Elena. These are all the main cast members that are in this scene, and it's about 5 pages long. Another thing that you're going to notice is that when we are introducing a character for the first time, assuming that they're one of our main cast members, we also include a brief description. So Alex, 12, sweet but concerned with being popular, right? So now what we're establishing is this is the first time we've met Alex, and now we can contextualize who this character is. We only use things in parentheses that the audience can't see. If Alex is wearing a leather jacket or has a mohawk or some other physical component that we are able to wrap our minds around visually, then that's going to exist outside of the parentheses. Anything inside the parentheses is something that we cannot see. Calling a character sweet, calling a character smart, calling a character sarcastic. We put these things in parentheses because you can't see them with your eyes. You're telling us how we should go about interpreting the things that come out of this character's mouth by including a little brief bit in these parentheses that articulates who this character is. Let's scroll down to the next one, please. So these are some script tips. A lot of stuff, a lot of the questions that you've asked already are contained within this. We're not going to go through all of them, but you'll have these at your disposal. This is going to provide you a lot of the information that you're going to be wondering as you go on, a lot of formatting stuff that you have questions about as you're working on your script, those moments where we say to ourselves, I don't want to look stupid. I want to make sure that my script is perfect. Your script is not going to look perfect, and there's no such thing as perfect. And in fact, what I will frequently say about scripts that I encounter, and I've read, when Lauren read that, I've read 1,000 scripts, that was years ago. At this point, I probably read 3,000 scripts, I would guess. And the thing I will say about all 3,000 of those scripts is they are all snowflakes. What do I mean by that? They all look 99% the same and a tiny, tiny bit different. As long as your script doesn't look, as long as your script looks roughly like what a script should look like, everyone is going to be fine with it. Trust me when I say everyone will be fine with it. Now, if it's littered with typos, that's a different story altogether. Now you look like somebody who doesn't care all that much about their product. But as long as your script looks like a script, everybody's going to be fine with it. That said, we provide all this information. My recommendation is that maybe you print it out. Maybe you just have the PDF ready to go at the side of your screen while you're writing. And if you ever need, like if you ever have a question, scroll over to this little PDF, and you can check against the information that's presented. Whatever your question is, you can check it against this. Let's go to the next one, the editing process. So the editing process. The editing process. Yeah, this is pretty simple. What we do with my editing process is we walk back the writing process just one step at a time. So the writing process is development template, then general outline, then step outline, then detailed outline, then script. So now we've written our script and we go back and we assess it going backwards. We read the script so that we can assess the detailed outline. And then from there, we don't read it very much, because I think if you read your script too many times, what ends up happening is you hate your own words for all the wrong reasons. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to start just scanning the script. We're going to answer all of these questions that are listed here. And you're going to say, okay, is the main plot simple, logical, and scenic? So now I'm going to go through and I'm going to go through each scene and I'm going to say, okay, this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. I'm going to assess the beat sheet. I'm going to assess the skeleton of our story going backwards. From there, I'm going to do the same thing with our general outline. This major beat, this major beat, this major beat, this major beat. I'm going to assess the general outline. From there, we'll go back again. Scroll down a little bit further, Kate, please. To the, just the next page even would probably work. So now, yeah, now we're going to focus on our characters, right? We're going to go back and do that same thing. We're going to ask this set of questions about our main character, about each of our supporting characters, about your universe, about your small world. We worked everything forward. Now we work everything backwards. And when we get to the end of that, we've now assessed the entirety of our story. And we haven't just looked for those things that feel like they went wrong. We're not just performing an autopsy. An autopsy tells us what killed the draft. We are not looking for what killed the draft. Instead, we are looking for everything that we can assess about it. These things I like, these things I don't like. We highlight our strengths. We eliminate as many of what is missing, redundant, and unclear about our story as possible so that we can even further highlight those strengths. That's the purpose of this outlining process. Then we're going to make just small changes. Remember what we talked about, the difference between an edit and a rewrite. A rewrite is massive changes. There's overarching changes. An edit is just going to be some small changes. Think of it kind of like you're rearranging a room, right? You're not remodeling the room. You're not redecorating the room. You're not really even going to add any new parts. Maybe little touches of flair, maybe a plant or something, right? But for the most part, it's going to stay the same room with the same parts. Your goal is to move things around a little bit to give that room better overall flow. That's the purpose of this editing process. Yeah. So scroll on. I think that's it. I think that's the whole packet, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So you're going to have some tips, you're going to have some tools, and you're going to have a whole bunch of templates. And if you start at the beginning and you do that first assignment and you keep doing it one step at a time, each page one at a time, I do guarantee that at the end of that process, you will have a finished draft of a pilot script. That's all you can ask, right? You get a finished draft, you go back and assess it. If you have a finished draft, what that means is that you are a winner. This was a victory for you. A first draft is a victory for the writer. It just means that you are capable of finishing a thing. It means you are capable of having a nice thing. If you care as much about the script as you do about how you feel about yourself, then you'll continue to work on this script. You will continue to, if you, to answer your question, my program, anyone here have any recs on a program to write my pilot in? Mine. That's what you'll do. You'll sign up for our mailing list moving forward. But yes, cool. That's the process. The process is, you write the script one step at a time, and then you assess the script going backwards one step at a time. And once that is completed, you can then make these overarching decisions about what you're going to do next. Maybe you start showing it around. Maybe you do a rewrite. Maybe you do both, right? These things shouldn't be considered mutually exclusive. You don't just decide, okay, I'm ready to show this thing, which means I'm not going to be working on it any longer. Sometimes we show our script so that we know what else it needs. Sometimes you need a second set of eyes. So yeah, that's the those are the templates for you. Let's do like 15 minutes of Q&A again, and then I'll do my little wrap-up thing, and then, like I said, I'll stick around longer and answer some more questions. But I can do about 15 minutes of Q&A in a row before I start to tucker out a little bit. So the templates you're going to receive after the class. I don't like to give them to you during the class because then people start scrolling ahead. You will get those later. Yeah. So Kate, let's go to some questions. Let's do about 15 minutes of questions.
Okay.
They can be about anything. At this point, it's just whatever they're still wondering about.
Okay, great.
Please.
So it says, you described the Jim and Pam effect as a very white thing to do. What are some other quintessential white things to avoid or to challenge oneself to reject when writing for TV? Starting with a banger.
Yeah, that's a toughie. That one's not easy. Quintessential white things. I mean, I think that privilege. I mean, I think that like privilege being treated as well, actually, I know I have a big one, actually. Kate, you know this one, or the one I'll go to next. But yeah, I mean, I think just in general, like the idea of privilege, like quintessential privilege, like the idea that a character is completely unaware of the fact that there are certain things that white people are afforded, that males are afforded, that heteronormative society is afforded, that the rest of the world is not. And treating those things like they are purely universal is just a bad look. It suggests somebody who does not recognize the full extent of their privilege. And to me, a person who is not very self-aware is not a very good television writer. And so it lacks a self-awareness. The biggest thing that I would say isn't even necessarily white, though it probably is predominantly perpetrated by whites. It's more of a male thing. It's more of the idea of what we as a society depict as romantic. And that in general, men being aggressive, men being persistent is depicted as romantic when in fact it is stalking, right? And so in the other class, in like the regular class, when we do the show How I Met Your Mother, we will talk about that Ted Mosby, who is depicted in How I Met Your Mother as the quintessential romantic lead, is somebody who shows up after midnight at the home of a stranger with a stolen present, proceeds to get invited upstairs and tell this relative stranger that he is in love with her, and then when she asks him to leave, lingers, sticks around longer, right? And it's depicted as romantic because because the compelling idea is that Ted is romantic enough that he would stick around and endure this abuse. No, that's a Me Too story. The police should be called in those situations. And so a lot of what we have depicted in the world of television as romantic is actually what men have decided is appropriate when you're no longer allowed to conk a woman over the head with a stick and drag her off into your cave. So instead what we do is we say, I'm going to stick around long enough to make her decide that it's okay or call the cops. And then we're going to decide that this character is the perfect depiction of romantic, right? So I think that there are a lot of things that we do, especially we as men do, that portray ourselves as being the good guy because we think of ourselves as being the hero. But in fact, a lot of these decisions, a lot of these actions are completely opposite to what good guys should be doing. And I think white people, maybe more often than anyone, are victims of, or not, victims is not the right word, are the perpetrators of this notion that because we think of ourselves as being the hero, because we think of ourselves as being the lead, because we think of ourselves as being special, that everybody else just needs to accept our intention. And the reality is that we are causing a lot of problems just by being willing to accept our behavior as acceptable because we don't think of ourselves as the bad guy. Yeah. I guess that's the answer that I have to that question. That was a sweaty one.
Would have to agree.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. How much reading or watching of other people's stories do you recommend? Because other people's work.
Well, you know, I mean, I think that's going to vary. I can read other people's work just fine because, like, I think I love seeing them succeed. Sure, but more than anything, it's just like what I really believe about television is that you and I can write the exact same premise and that they're going to be different because you and I are not the same. And so I love reading other people's stories. Like I think one of the reasons that I understand television so well is just because I've been around so many stories throughout the years. Like allowing yourself to be surrounded by television stories is a great way to just sort of understand not necessarily the individual script, but what TV does well. And like I said earlier, what TV does better than anything is convey just simple human stories. And so I think the more time we can spend around other people's stories, the better opportunity we have to truly understand this human experience. And the television is a great way to accomplish that. Like I said at the very beginning, like we really delve into the minutia of human experience. We're not saying this is generally what happens to a person. We're saying this is what specifically happens to them. This is what specifically happened to them over the course of 6 seasons, right? And maybe a movie, right? We're really getting to unpack these people. And so I think that, I think the more time we spend with other people's stories, the more time we spend getting to know the human condition. In terms of reading scripts over and over again or watching endless pilots, you know, I mean, I don't think if you're somebody who's going to beat yourself up for seeing the finished product that made it to television and then comparing that to your first draft of a script, then maybe step away from them for a little bit. You're beating yourself up. But if you're just using it as a learning opportunity, by all means, great. I mean, sometimes what I'll do, like in my class, I mean, we're not going to do it as much any longer, but we used to just have them watch Friends, the Friends pilot, because what I wanted to point out about the Friends pilot is that despite the fact that it became the most popular ensemble, low concept ensemble of all time, the pilot episode is really, really lousy. But what it did was it introduced audiences to a group of people that they wanted to hang out with in a world they would willingly return to. And then all of a sudden, it has the opportunity to become something so much more. But the pilot episode, our only goal in the pilot episode is just to introduce our audience to this world that they would willingly come back around to. So you never want to watch somebody's season 8, episode 10, and compare it to your pilot, because how could your first episode ever compare to that? In the same way that how could a brand new stranger that you just met ever compare to your best friend from life, right? But spending time with television shows, spending time like in this world, if it's because you love television and you love human experiences and you love getting to know these strangers and forming friendships, absolutely spend tons of time watching TV. I've watched almost every pilot in existence. I love this stuff. If you love this stuff too, then don't turn your back on it. But also don't allow anybody else's show to have an impression on how you feel about yourself or your own work. I think that'll do. That answers that one well enough.
Mm-hmm. Can the outlining methods discussed here today be used to structure episodes other than the pilot?
You know, yes. I'm not an expert on any episode after the first one, or at least I don't want to claim expertise. But yeah, this is the same. It's the same structure, that same beginning, middle, and an end structure. You know, in subsequent episodes, your introduction of the something new isn't going to be an origin story. It's not going to be the beginning of this lengthy journey. but it is why this particular story is starting. So once you get to episode 2, once you get to episode however many after the pilot episode, now every one of these essentially gets formatted like a sitcom, meaning like it's like we're being inserted into a world, because we are being inserted into this world, right? The pilot episode is often going to feel like the beginning of something. Everything after that, before we get to the final episode, is going to feel like we're coming in from the middle. Yeah. So if you're writing a sitcom, absolutely. If you're writing any other kind of show, you probably would want to use the sitcom model for depicting future episodes.
Great.
Sweaty, sweaty, sweaty.
You know, par for the course in July. Oh, bye.
Yeah.
Can you explain the difference between single cam and multicam?
Well, I mean, single cam literally means one camera, and multicam means 4 cameras, sometimes 3, but mostly 4 cameras. In terms of the difference between the 2 types of shows, multicams are really conversation driven. They're usually small. They usually only have like a couple of locations, a few locations. They usually just involve the main cast of characters. They're very joke heavy. They're very conversation heavy. Most of that kind of stuff that you see on like CBS, for instance. The truth is, despite the fact that most people don't find them as funny as single cam shows, they have considerably more jokes. Like a 30 Rock, for instance, is going to be like the fastest paced comedy of single cams. It would be a relatively slow multicam by comedy standpoint, or by the comedy standpoint. What I will say the biggest difference between them is that single cam tends to be more grounded, and multicam tends to really feel like a television show. Aside from that, though, I guess I'll just say the pacing of a multicam is considerably slower than single cam. Single cam is almost more like a movie. Multicam feels almost more like a play.
I would agree
that answers it, sort of. Thank you.
Okay. How would you go about developing ideas that are outside of your own experience?
Well, you know, I mean, I think you got to write what you know, but I think that people too often depict write what you know as this advice that they should be writing their autobiography. You just have to know it. You just have to know the information that you're talking about. Like one of the first scripts I wrote was a script called 30 and Grandma, that was the story of a woman who got pregnant when she was 16, and then 16 years later, her daughter gets pregnant, and people would like hear that idea and they'd be like, oh, what an original idea, like so far outside of your perspective. Yeah, you know what? I was able to write 1 episode of it, and then I didn't know what to do. I wrote things that were like patently false about abortions, because I don't really know about abortions. So there's a difference between writing about what you don't know and writing something that isn't specific to your experience. If you're writing something that isn't specific to your experience, then you need to gain that knowledge elsewhere. You need to do research, or you need to talk to people, or you need to hit the internet, or whatever it is. Whatever it is that you are discussing, you need to feel comfortable that you could discuss it over 100 future episodes, that it needs to be something that you feel like you understand well enough. Now, if you're writing the story, you don't have to say, I'm a man, so I only have to write the story of men. You don't have to say, I'm white, so I only have to write the story of white people. But you do not want to write the experience of someone that you cannot relate. But that doesn't mean that you can't write about experiences that you think are universal throughout all of human existence and then give them a different perspective. You just have to know your world well enough to comfortably describe it. And don't tell somebody else's story. It doesn't matter how how strongly you feel about your perspective. If it's somebody else's story, let them tell their story. That's what representation really, really means. When we talk about whitewashing versus the other way I'll describe it is puppeteering, which is what the college brochure model is all about. When we steal somebody else's voice, we are depriving them of their words. And so do not decide that you are capable of expressing somebody else's existence. Do not decide that you are capable of being the priest to somebody else's God. No, instead, write about things that you can speak about comfortably enough that you can make them your own. If they are not your own, then they are not your own. It's not your story. Eventually, people will turn on you. My second script, though, was just to get on the subject, was one called Sweater Weather, which was about a bunch of heavyset dudes that have an easier time dating in the winter. And I can tell that story, and I did feel like that was maybe authentic to my experience, but I also hated that story. It was accidentally misogynistic. It was gross in every way. You got to write what you know. You got to write what you enjoy. But what you know and what you enjoy doesn't necessarily have to be specific to your tiny slice of life. You can learn about things beyond your experience and make that part of your experience. Learning is part of your experience. And it's not your job to educate anybody else either. It's our job to hear your truth and to meet you more than halfway. Especially white guys like me. Nice. Where are we at? 247. Let's do like 2 more questions. I'm going to give my little wrap up, and then, like I said, I'll stick around longer and answer more questions. We've got more than 100 already. I'm happy to keep doing this. My voice has not run out. Maybe you'll allow me a lozenge while we talk. Hopefully that won't be gross for you. But aside from that, let's do 2 more questions, and then I will give our little wrap up, because I want people to be able to get out of here if they would like to get out of here.
Okay.
What do we got, Kate?
What are your feelings or thoughts about having a twist in your pilot? If it's going to be an example of a typical episode, how does that balance with having a twist that's specific to the pilot?
Well, I mean, a twist is great. I mean, I think a twist can be a lot of fun in your pilot. I think the thing that a twist cannot do is your twist cannot come at the expense of presenting to us a typical episode of your show. Now, a typical episode of your show doesn't mean that it looks exactly the way that we expect it to look moving forward. If this was, say, for instance, like I haven't actually watched the show, but this would be an example. This new show on television, The Babysitters Club, right? So if we wanted this to be the origin story of the club, of the Babysitters Club within the pilot episode, then absolutely great. It means that we're probably not going to have an actual episodic template of babysitting within this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to show one of our characters who's in the Babysitters Club doing something that resembles babysitting or taking care of somebody in a non-professional setting. And now what we've done is we've illustrated some component of the show that that we were not able to get to until later episodes within the pilot episode. It's going to be similar with our twist. If there's some twist that will ultimately culminate in the show at the end of this episode turning on its ear, then you need to show us some clever way of illustrating what the show will look like on a weekly basis. That one is probably slightly confusing because it's a little difficult to not be, it's a little bit difficult to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Expressive without having a specific story in mind. But I guess an example would be like the twist at the end of How I Met Your Mother, for any of you that have seen How I Met Your Mother, which is an episode I teach just in the regular class when I'm not as worried about other things. But in How I Met Your Mother, what happens is at the end of the episode, or at the beginning of the episode, we believe that Ted is going on a date with the mother of his children. And at the end, we realize, oh no, that was not the mother of his children. That was the aunt of his children. And now we're going to begin the journey in perpetuity of Ted looking for this woman. This was just the origin of him deciding that he was ready to settle down. But over the course of this episode, we still got a date with Robin. We still got a date with this woman who's central to our show that illustrates what the series will be like moving forward, despite the fact that when we get to the end, we're going to realize, oh, this was actually not a date with the person that I thought this was a date with. So I don't think that the twist necessarily is going to disenfranchise your ability to create a standard episode of your television show. It just might mean that you have to be a little bit more clever about it. But clever is great. Clever in that sort of instance is great. Clever is not as great when a person tries to inundate you with clever. If you do something clever and I respond to it, I say, oh, that was cool, that was clever, and I picked up on it, which means that I'm clever. If a person tries to really, really dump cleverness on you, eventually we're like, oh, that fool thinks he's so dang clever, right? So clever little twists are great, but don't make your show so clever that it's going to make people feel like, oh, that person's intention is only to be clever. I'll go with that as the answer.
Style over substance, as they say.
Style over substance.
No.
Let's let's do one more question, and then I'll do the little wrap up and then open it up to more.
Great. So final question, how do you advise building a series engine for a low concept character focused show?
Well, I mean, I don't think you don't have to. You don't need a series engine for that. Like, what we're understanding is that we're just going to go on episodic journeys with this character. You need to express what is interesting about this person's life, what is unique about their very standard experience. Like if I was going to use, say, for instance, no, I mean, we'll use the Rami example that we have here, right? That if what the show really is a coming of age journey about a young man, right? And everybody is going to go through that coming of age journey. Now we just had to give it that one tiny little hook. What is the interesting thing about this particular journey? That is the series engine. The series engine is that over the course of this series, which is now going on 3 seasons, Rami is going to find himself through the exploration of the 2 sides to his identity, Muslim and American. And so when we're looking for a series engine, we're just looking for that thing that we can come back to thematically over and over and over again, every single episode. We're not looking to say, this is specifically what we're going to be focused on each and every week, because that would be high concept. In low concept, just these general themes. And if in that single log line, you're able to depict what is both relatable and unique about your story, well, now what we want to do is we just want to keep coming back week after week. And if you give us a bum episode one week, we say to ourselves, that's okay, I'll come back the following week. In the same way that if we went to the bar every Thursday with our friends and one Thursday it was garbage, we would still come back around the following week because we're expecting that that isn't going to remain the same, but in fact that was merely an anomaly, right? So with a low concept series, you establish your engine is just like, this is the kinds of themes that we're going to explore on a weekly basis. If you've decided that you like our characters, if you've decided that you like our world, and you've decided that you want to enjoy this journey, then on a weekly basis or on an episodic basis, you're going to decide if you like this particular story. The engine isn't as important in terms of a series. Every episode is going to have its own little mini engine. Cool. So yeah, let's stop the questions for now. I will come back around to them. As long as you want to stay for the most part, folks, I will try to stick around with you unless it gets, egregious. But I will do my best. For those of you who do want to get out of here, because we are supposed to wrap up at 3 p.m., I will just sort of conclude things now, and then we'll get right back into it. So yeah, this is going to conclude the seminar, folks. I hope that you learned a lot. I hope you feel empowered to act on everything that you learned. Education is privilege because knowledge is power. You are now the privileged and the powerful. Use this power. It is all worthless if you don't use it. That obviously means writing a script, but it also means teaching these principles to the people in your world. Start writing groups, hold each other accountable. All that stuff that you were doing with Facebook groups and Google signups, that stuff is amazing. Keep that stuff up. We need diverse voices. Not just want, we need them. TV is like the census. Everyone needs to be represented for it to work. If everyone is, there is no greater time capsule. This was America, 2020. When everyone isn't, as is presently the case, it's revisionist history being written right before our eyes. It's not just saying that some lives don't matter. It's saying that they outright don't exist. That's why we need you to tell your story. We need you to announce to the world that you are here, that you matter, and that you will not be denied. That's how TV can help save the world. I believe that. I hope that you believe that too. My name is Ben. That's Kate. Please show Kate some love in the chat right now for an excellent job well done. We hope you have a great rest of your Saturday. We will stick around for as long as you would like, or I will stick around for as long as you would like. But I had a good time talking to you. Anybody that wants to jet, this was a great time. This is important to me. This is the stuff that I love. I love presenting these ideas. I'm very passionate about these ideas, but I'm most passionate about the idea that everyone needs to be reflected by this. We have to stop telling people that their experiences don't matter. We have to stop telling people that you have to look or act or love a certain way in order to be represented on television. We have to stop that immediately. And the best way to do that is for you all to tell your story and get it out in the world. The industry right now is telling you that they want diversity. diverse stories. Let's hold them accountable. Let's make your mentors work their asses off with all of these scripts. All the great people that came together to bring me and Kate to you, to show you these ideas, to express this to you. Hold them accountable. Hold the world accountable. Let's change everything by showing the type of stories that we believe the world represents. We cannot say that the stories of old will continue to be the stories of now. Instead, write your story. Use your voice, talk to the world, show them who you are. That's what we need more than anything. And if you do that, if you work really, really hard, my name is Benny Ben. I am not like many men. If you are caring, cool, compassionate to yourself and others, I will be your friendly friend until the any end. I swear on that. We are here for you if you need us. Kate is here for you if you need us. My program is here for you if you need us. Have a great rest of your day. We'll stick around if you feel like sticking around. If you got to go, you got to go. Love to all of you. This was a great time. Thank you very much. Give me 2 seconds to take a quick little dap of a wet rag to my head, and then I'm going to answer more questions if you got them. But yeah, this is the stuff I believe in. Great. See you in just a second. And I also want to say real quickly, thank you so much to Lauren and the Connect the Writers community. I got to know Lauren through this little experience. We had a lot of great chats. We had a great chat on the phone and a great chat, a few great chats on the internet. She's wonderful, and you're really lucky to have her in this program. So thank you very much, Lauren, as well. Thank you to Kate. Thank you to Lauren. Thank you to you all. For others who want to stick around, let's do some questions. Kate, do you have anywhere else to be? You're more than welcome to jet. You've done more than your service, but always love having you. Just don't want to put any pressure on you.
I have no plans.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can be here. I'll field them.
Let's do some more then. Appreciate it.
Okay. Let's see. So, someone says, let's say I finish writing the pilot, I edit it, I like it, I keep it. I do another pilot and another. What do I do with these pilots once they're finished?
Well, I mean, I think that like one of the important things to that I like to communicate is that reach out. Don't necessarily reach up. We're always so quick to think to ourselves like, okay, like who with some power is willing to look at my script? And if you know somebody that has some lean in this industry, then great. But my feeling is that you're better off showing it to the people in your world. Like the first script that I ever sold, the way that I tell the story is I say, when I sold my script, I handed it directly to the head of development at NBC Universal. And people would say, well, of course you got your script sold. You handed it directly to the head of NBC Universal, or the head of development at NBC Universal. And then I follow up and I say, but when I handed it to him, he was the assistant to the head of NBC Universal. And I was just a baby writer in this industry. And he helped me, and I helped him, and now we continue to work together to this day. But I wasn't reaching up and saying, like, who's willing to help me? Who's willing to pull me up to the next level? Now, you've got all these great resources at your disposal through Connect the Writers, and you should absolutely take advantage of those. But also, all these nice people who are in your world right now, all of these nice people who are interested in starting Facebook groups and interested in doing writers groups and interested in doing this, that, and the other thing to advance their careers and yours. Show it to these people. Develop little communities in your world. Read their scripts. Have them read your scripts. Do table reads. Table reads are the best. It's so much fun. You feel so great about yourself. Not even necessarily because the script was perfect, but because you got to hear your words out loud. Until we hear our words out loud, it ain't a script. It's just a piece of writing. So give yourself every opportunity to treat this like a script. That's a big thing. And then in addition to that, show it to the people in your world. Show it to the people who would enjoy it. I think it sometimes can be hard to hand a script off to somebody and say, like, would you be willing to read this? Our voices like go up like 3 octaves in pitch, right? Where we're like, hey, would you mind reading my script? It would do me such a favor. Because we feel uncomfortable asking for that. But if you gather a group of table readers together and you say, like, let's read this script all together, we'll drink a bunch of sodas, we'll eat a bunch of pizza, we will read my script, and then maybe next week we'll read your script. You can develop this little community of like-minded people. And in developing a community of like-minded people, you immediately make yourself more accessible. As something good happens to your friend, potentially something good can happen to you. But one way or another, we just have to be brave enough, courageous enough to put our work out there to somebody, whoever it is in your world that would be willing to read it, whoever it is in your world that would be willing to offer you some support. Yeah, sure, it helps if you know somebody that could potentially change your entire life, but you can also change your life more slowly. You can change your life by just putting in the work. You can change your life by being vulnerable. You can change your life by being courageous. But more than anything, you're putting your work out there. What you're saying is, I am proud of this creation, and I'm proud of it, meaning not that it has to be perfect for me to stay proud, but that I'm willing to continue to work at it. So show your work, show it to whoever. Don't think I only have certain people who could possibly be of any benefit to me. Everyone who is willing to read your script, everyone who is willing to provide feedback, everybody who's willing to provide support is a benefit to you. That's my answer to that one.
Loved it. Okay.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts about writing teams? What are the advantages and obstacles?
I mean, I don't know that I don't know that there, the advantage is that 2 brains are better than 1. The obstacle is that your idea might get shot down, I mean, I don't think that it's a positive or a negative. I think it depends how you work best. Like, I don't tend to like writing partners, but I certainly wouldn't tell other people that they shouldn't have them. It just has never worked with my personality exactly. If you're somebody who really enjoys like talking about story ideas with another person who cares just as much as you, if you've got like a friend who in particular has like your same style and sense of humor, then it can be a ton of fun. I mean, if you've got a best friend who you share nothing but inside jokes with, writing a writing partnership can be absolutely great. Yeah, the only obstacle is ever, well, the 2 things I'll say. Like, from a creative standpoint, it just means that you're only 50% responsible for this thing, and sometimes people have a hard time with that. Sometimes people have a hard time giving up some control. I have a hard time giving up some control. It's not a thing I like about myself, but it is a reality. Then the other thing I will say is that, like, when you present yourself as a writing partnership to the industry, sometimes that's the only way that they'll see you, and it becomes more difficult to parlay that into individual successes. So that's not necessarily going to be the case, but sometimes that can be a hindrance. If you were saying to yourself, oh, this would be like a fun idea to write with this one person, but then I don't ever want to work with them again, that's not a good basis for a writing partnership. If the idea is successful that you wrote with that person, there would be expectation that you continue to write things with that person. So writing partnership is great if you want to consistently work with that someone, and you generally feel that you have a very similar sensibility. If it's just like a one-off deal, I would probably not recommend it. But, again, that's not one that probably has like a hard and fast answer to it. Looking at a lot of thank yous. So this is nice. This is nice. People want to know when my mixtape is coming out. Never. What else we got, Kate?
Okay. What makes a good opening scene beyond the structure?
Like I said earlier, it really needs to represent like what is fun, interesting, cool about your show, and then informationally it either needs to tell us like this is what you need to know about the backstory, this is what you need to know about where we're headed in the future, this is an introduction to our main character, this is an introduction to our world. It depends on your show, but that first scene needs to really reflect your series. It needs to really reflect, and if it's a cold open, it needs to reflect your title as well. Like, it really needs to be emblematic of what is super interesting about your show, which is why, like, oftentimes, like, when the interesting thing about a series won't happen until later, what we'll do is we'll have a first scene that acts as a flash forward so that we can jump ahead to the cool thing from the future. And so, okay, this is what the show is going to resemble when it is fully formed, and now we go back to the beginning and watch that all unfold. But you want a scene that makes a really, really strong first impression, and making a really strong first impression doesn't just mean a good scene. It means properly illustrating exactly what is interesting about this show, about this character, about this world, about this series. Yeah, that's probably suffice. Kate, or was that too short?
I think you did a good job.
Okay, thank you. Let's do the next one then.
What is a telltale sign that your story premise may be too weak in the early stages of breaking story?
I mean, I don't know that I can answer that one really, because we're not talking about a story. But I mean, I think that oftentimes what we find when a TV show, when I read a TV show and I say to myself, this seems more like a movie, what I'm usually saying is that it feels overly specific. It feels overly specific to one facet of life. It feels overly specific to one particular journey. So if this is about one thing, if this is like about one event in someone's life, one relationship in someone's life, one sort of like one story with a beginning, a middle, and an end, that's probably going to be a bit weak for television. Television probably tends to be more broad. Television tends to be driven by themes, concepts, more than it does about actual events. So yeah, I think if your story feels overly specific, then it's probably a little bit sparse for television's sake. If it's more general, like if we talk about a relationship, that's a movie. If we talk about relationships, that's a television show. Yeah. Hopefully that one helps.
Great. Are there any particular pilot scripts that you would recommend people read to learn from?
No. I mean, I try not to do that because I want you to like what you like. I don't think there are good shows and bad shows. I think you like shows and I like shows, and that's enough. So I think that taking the time to really process what you like about a show is useful. And so maybe if you like a pilot, watch it a couple of times. I've watched pilots until I stopped liking them because I was just trying to figure out what it was that compelled me about them. So I don't think there's specifically pilots. I think that from a teaching perspective, that How I Met Your Mother is the perfect pilot, but I don't know that even necessarily means it's a good show. It's super white. And I think a bit antiquated at this point. But I think in terms of television style choices, like when I'm teaching the class, I want to convey just how certain points are articulated, or certain structural points or certain storytelling points are articulated through a show, then I often use How I Met Your Mother. I will sometimes use Carmichael Show. I will sometimes use 30 Rock. I think Kimmy Schmidt is a good teaching one sometimes. I think Dear White People is a really good teaching one sometimes. I think Community is a good teaching one sometimes. But not even necessarily for all good reasons. Like, I mean, I didn't talk to you about anything that I think was all that positive about Community, but I still think it's a good one to watch for learning purposes. So learning isn't necessarily about saying this is a great show and I want to emulate it. It's often about saying this is a problematic show and I want to avoid certain things. Yeah. What's the next, Kate?
So in the case of a show like Dear White People, where the pilot episode is one thing, and then in the next episode, you realize that it starts following specific individual characters per episode. Is there any way to indicate that in the pilot script that you should do?
Well, I think that when I watched it, I knew exactly what it was going to become, and I didn't know anything about the series. And the reason for that is because they made sure to introduce us to their ensemble by the end of the first act. It's definitely, the first episode is focused on Sam, but they also introduce the collective ensemble, and then what happens at the end of the episode is that we bridge into a new perspective. But they do establish everybody. And so I think as long as we're introduced to all of your characters within the first episode, and in particular within the first act of your first episode, then it works totally fine to do it that way. We immediately knew who, if you had just given us an episode that was only about Sam, and at the end of the episode, we are introduced to Lionel at the very last minute, and then Lionel becomes the perspective of the second episode, I think that's a bit problematic. But establishing that this was always going to be an ensemble, just happens to be an ensemble that has a specific pilot episode perspective, I think there's nothing wrong with that. It's too much if what we're doing is introducing a show that will not carry over into the next episode. It's a different story altogether if we're saying this will be this is our perspective for the pilot episode. Even Friends, for instance, Monica is the pilot perspective. The whole episode is about Monica. And then after that, it becomes about them as a collective. But it's very rare within the pilot episode of an ensemble that we won't have a character like Sam that's going to invite us into this world. Like I was saying earlier, that our expectation is that we will have one person open the door for us and invite us into an ensemble, as opposed to an ensemble opening the door and scaring us away. So I think it was necessary that very early on we were introduced to the Black Caucus, that we were introduced to the Black Student Union, so that we did know that these characters that these characters would have the potential to continue existing moving forward in this series. But as long as you do that, I think it works okay. I mean, the other type of ensemble, there's an argument that can be made for the other type of ensemble, the workaholics model, where like they're all in it together, where it's about like them as a collective group as opposed to like a collection of individuals. But if you're going to do a series that is about a collection of connected individuals, then yeah, as long as we've been introduced to this entire collective by the first 10 or 11 pages, then moving forward, I think ensemble introduced and achieved. Yeah. But there are a few different ways to do ensembles, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's next?
So speaking of ensembles, is it important in the pilot to establish all of the characters' relationships or dynamics with each other?
I mean, I don't know. That's hard to answer. I mean, if you can, then it's great. It's definitely better if you can accomplish that. If you can't, and it's going to take a little bit longer for these people to become fully formed, that's okay too. But as much as possible, yeah, you'd like to introduce us to everything that we're going to be coming back around to in your pilot. And that's one of the reasons that ensembles can sometimes be tough, is that it's hard to really get us to care about a group of 6 to 8 people, It's much easier for us to look one person in the eyes, see their humanity. Our experiences are all as individuals. So to look at one individual and say, you're the perspective that I'm going to follow, I can relate to you, and yet I also find you interesting and unique, I think that's easier to accomplish. Yeah. Does that answer the question well enough, Kate?
I think so.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay, short and sweet. Are all limited series considered to be high concepts?
I mean, I don't want to. All is hard for me because it requires me to watch every one of them. As far as I know, yeah, they're like movies, and movies, they're not necessarily all, but I don't think we like the ones that are not. Like, it's weird when you watch a movie that isn't high concept, when you watch a movie that's low concept, when it's just sort of like about the nebulous experience. Like if you watch a movie that just came out, there's the movie that just came out, King of Staten Island, the new Pete Davidson movie. Raise your hand if you've seen the new Pete Davidson movie, King of Staten Island. It's a low concept movie. It makes no sense. Each little section of this movie is just another episode of the television show. It should have been a TV show. So low concept movies, low concept coming of age stories, low concept, human stories don't really work that well in movies. They make much more sense on television. When it comes to these little like 6 episode arcs, or these little like 10 episode like 1 season arcs, it's hard to imagine a version that wouldn't be high concept, because what we're being immediately introduced to is that there is a beginning and a known end. If we know where the show will end, then that's typically going to be a high concept series. So I don't want to say that they all are, but I can't think of any that aren't. So yeah, I guess I'll say until another one is suggested to me, yes. They're high
Great.
concept.
Let's see. Where am I? Okay. Can you talk about character flaws, especially main character flaws that drive them? Should supporting characters have flaws too?
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, flaws in television, we require some flaws, because what else are we going to work through over the course of this series? Most of what we're talking about in these low concept shows are just like becoming a better version of the human that we meet at the beginning of the series. So the expectation is that they're probably going to be flawed. Now, how flawed? You're going to have your Kenny Powers from Eastbound and Down level of flawed, and that's pretty extreme. And I think those are maybe less appreciated in this current world, where he now just sort of seems like an angry racist. But yeah, I mean, we expect to have flawed characters that will evolve over the course of the series. If our characters are not going to evolve over the course of the series, then maybe you want to put a ceiling on just how unlikable that they will be, because they're going to stay unlikable every second of this episode. But if a character is going to evolve, then yes, our expectation would be that they have flaws just like us, and that they will work through their coming of age or redemption at a slow pace. Yeah, but character flaws, sure, we can't have perfect characters, or there's no way for them to grow over the course of the series. So flawed meaning this is a terrible person that we're incapable of loving? No. Flawed meaning this is a character that we're capable of loving, who we would like to see improve? Absolutely. Maybe that works. I'm running out of steam a little bit, so we're probably not going to be able to go too much longer here, but I'll take a few more.
Okay. Let's see. Can you open a pilot with a dream/fantasy sequence?
Sure. Yeah. I don't see any reason why not.
Great.
I maybe haven't seen a ton of examples of it, but it doesn't seem like something that that you'd be prohibited from doing. Yeah.
Great. People are asking how they can be in touch with us after the seminar. Do you have any?
I will post some in the chat right now. If you click on benaxelradpilots.com full courses, that'll direct you to our email list. Everybody who's interested in taking future classes or signing up for services should sign up for those classes, and you can find us on Instagram as well. Also, a clickable link there. So yeah. We're easy to find. Ben Axelrad. If you type Ben Axelrad Pilots or even Pilot Writing Class, we're going to be at the top of your list. Sign up for our email lists. We send out stuff every month. We have a variety of different classes. Kate and I work on those together. Kate teaches some classes on her own. She also works directly with me in some of my seminars, or at least currently she does. She has the freedom to progress. Others like to leave me behind. Others like to progress on with their careers, and then I'm left all alone. So, but yes, Kate and I work together, as well as a few others who are similarly minded. We care first and foremost about creating supportive environments where people can do great creative work, express their vulnerability to a group of people who will support that decision. Yeah, sign up for our list. Kate, if you want to throw your Instagram down in the thing as well. We've been getting a lot of follows. That's entirely up to you. But Yeah, you can, easy to find us. Type in Ben Axelrad Pilots. You'll have no trouble. And you will also be able to sign up at this email list. And we've got some classes. Also there, you'll see a class that we currently have on sale. If you'd like to sign up for the 5-week version of what you've got today. We try to keep the prices pretty reasonable. Everything went down 50% in the age of COVID. Want to make sure that everybody can afford these services, even if you're out of work, even if you are somebody who doesn't have a ton of money at your disposal. Reach out to us by all means. We are caring and compassionate first and foremost, and money grubbing bastard second. So yeah. I think that was. I think that one answered that one. I think the question was just how do you get in touch with us, right? So yeah.
And question to that: if the participants in the seminar take the packet that you've given them today and write up to a detailed outline, could they then jump in for a consult on that, or in a table read class, or would they need to take the 5-week pilot class to get to that point?
I don't know. I don't have an answer to it.
We'll let you know.
But I think yes. I think probably yes. But I don't want to say yes and then have to change the answer. So, I think that feels fair. I mean, once you've learned, this isn't exactly the same as the 5-week class, but you do get a lot of the principles of it. Yeah, I think that would probably be allowed. You would probably need to tell us that you had taken this, because we're not going to have a list of the people who went through this seminar, or maybe Lauren will send it to us. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to make people pay more money than they need to pay. If you do the work and you're prepared to go into one of these rooms, then yeah, we'll let you in the room. That's the answer. We'll let you in one of these rooms. And Kate does some of those.
A list for sure. So
nice. Thank you.
So are you wanting a couple more questions?
Sure. If you're up for it, I'm up for it.
This pandemic has wiped out all my plans, so I'm here. Okay, let's see. So you mentioned that you aim for simplicity. Do you think that there are any pilot concepts or ideas that are too overdone or cliched?
Homecoming on the high concept series on Amazon. Yeah, I think that's an example. It's one of the only shows that I teach as an example of what not to do in terms of simplicity. I think that there are other shows that have things that are problematic about them, but just in terms of overcomplicated versus simple enough, yeah, Homecoming would be the example of one that comes to my mind. I think to some extent, a show like Dead to Me, maybe, because we don't walk away from it knowing if it's low concept or high concept. I think sometimes the twist at the end is the overcomplication. So when we were asked earlier, do you recommend a twist? Not at the expense of the story that you've been telling all along, but if the twist at the end can enhance the story that you've been telling all along, which happens on How I Met Your Mother, then I think that's valuable. I don't want to say too much about the twist that negatively impacted me on Dead to Me, because it will spoil it, but yeah, I think sometimes I think there are very few series that are overcomplicated in and of themselves. I think a lot of them make decisions that overcomplicate their stories. I think Barry would be another example of one. I think, Barry and Dead to Me would be the two examples of stories that I think have a little bit too much. They're not too complex, they're complicated. And the difference between complicated and complex to me is that complex has a lot of parts, but they're all necessary, and complicated just has too many parts. So yeah, I think maybe those shows are a little bit too complicated, and that Homecoming is too complex. That has just it's sort of low concept, it's sort of both kinds of high concept, and we come away and we're I don't think I'm going to watch the second episode. And if it didn't have, as somebody pointed out, Julia Roberts with her wig with bangs, then I don't think that show ever makes it to television. A lot of these shows only make it to television because of who is involved with them. The story itself is sort of the shortcoming about it. Homecoming, the story is its shortcoming.
I'm laughing because I love Barry and Dead to Me. So, I think the ultimate answer is that everyone has a different idea. Yeah. But I know every time I talk about Barry being bad, I'm like, I love Barry. Am I bad?
No, I don't think it's bad. I think that it makes a pilot mistake.
Yeah,
I think that true. Like the majority of people would come away from that pilot and say, this is the low concept story of Barry fighting through his PTSD in an acting class. And I think that that's an infinitely better show than the one that they gave us. But there's nothing to say that the show that they gave us isn't good, only to say that that's not what they presented in the pilot episode. And so I think if you give us the pilot episode that doesn't necessarily inform us as to what to expect next, when people come back around for that second episode, they sometimes feel like they've been sold a bill of goods, but it doesn't mean the show isn't enjoyable. And like I said, really all the shows that I watch, I would say, are not necessarily good. That's just what I like, liking a show and objectively agreeing with its decisions, totally mutually exclusive. You're correct in liking those shows, Kate. You like them as much as you want. Nobody can tell you otherwise. Certainly not some white devil fool like me.
No, I think that you're right, though. In terms of
But no, I got through the first season of Barry, and then I was like, I'm not watching the second season. I'm not giving them another chance. But that was just me. You watch what you watch. Do what you like. Not you. This is now to the audience. Kate, you already know.
Yes. All right.
What's
next one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Let's see. There's a question about wanting just a little bit more information. I know you went over this about like what college brochuring means. You have anything to expand on that?
College brochuring, another term for it in my world, and I just made all this stuff up, is puppeteering. It means that like we're pulling the strings on a character and making them speak, making them act, when in fact we are not capable of understanding their experience or how they would respond to the world. And so when we take a show like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, for instance, which is predominantly diverse, but almost exclusively a white writer's room, that's puppeteering. That is college brochuring. What we're saying is we're going to present. So when I say a college brochure, what I mean is that every college brochure has a picture of students on the lawn that represent the diversity of the school, all those students were handpicked by a white photographer to appear as if this was diverse. But the creative force is always a white male voice. And so when we're watching Community, it is created by this white male voice, Dan Harmon. And Dan Harmon then creates the words that are coming out of the mouths of a pair of black students and a Jewish student and a Muslim student and an extraordinarily racist student. And that extraordinarily racist student becomes reflective of what that white voice is really saying, right? And so when we're talking about puppeteering, when we're talking about college brochuring, it is the practice of making it appear as if your show is diverse, making it appear as if your show reflects our world at large, when in fact, it really just reflects the voice of the ruling party, claiming that everyone is represented, when in fact, only that voice is represented. If that one didn't work for you, whoever asked that question, you can throw a second one in, but I think that's the best way I can come up with to explain it, at least right at this second.
You've got it.
What's next, Kate?
Okay. So if our pilot is largely intended to work as a sample, how conscious should we be about the story's potential budget?
I mean, it's a good way to look amateurish to include a bunch of stuff that you could never possibly create. What you're essentially suggesting is that this is not a television show. If you create a show with a $200 million budget, well, that would even be expensive in a movie. And now it seems to me that you're somebody who has not reflected the ability to write for television. That said, there are certain budgetary restrictions that are going to be worse, there are certain budgetary concerns that are going to be of greater concern than others. Like if you create an untenable show, despite the fact that you don't intend for it to be made, it still is an untenable television show. It's still an untenable sample. So my thing is, I tend to not like to be overly, by the time I show something to a reader, I tend to not like to be overly specific or overly expensive. So like an example of a combination of the two would be, I don't usually include a specific piece of music, for instance, in my script, because one, it costs like $30,000 to get that specific piece of music. But more important to me, you have to know my specific reference in order to understand what I'm doing with that. If I say that Kenny Rogers the Gambler plays on the radio, you have to know that song in order for it to mean anything to you. And if you don't, your options are to not understand my story or to go off into the world and find that song and then probably forget that you were reading my script. So when it comes to things like that, when it comes to making like specific decisions that somebody else will be paid to make on a set, I tend to think, don't do that as much as possible. Don't do somebody else's job for them. Don't do the person in wardrobe's job. Don't do the person in soundtrack's job. Don't do the director's job for them. Instead, just present to them the affectation, or present to them like the thinking behind the decision, and then they'll be able to work with that. If I say Kenny Rogers the Gambler, you got to know that song and you got to pay for it. If I say a smooth country ditty plays on the radio, you understand the tone, you understand what is intended by that. And then somebody who's paid to do these things can do their job. When it comes to like overly expensive things, like including like massive car wrecks, or, like a helicopter, a swarm of helicopters is above, or any number of things that are ultra expensive, if they seem like they are crucial to your story and you can come up with a way to make it seem like they would not be utterly cost prohibitive, then that could be successful. But anything that you're going to do, regardless of what your intention is, that makes this seem less like a television show, less like a television show that could be achieved, is probably going to be to your detriment. What else do we have? How many more? Oh man, we still have over 100. We're gonna wrap up here soon, folks. I'm running out of steam a little bit, but we'll take a couple of more.
Okay, let's see. Well, there's a question that people are also chiming in on the chat. I think I know how you'll answer, but I think it's good to hear. How can people of color tell their story without excluding others or making people feel bad? How do you make it relatable for everyone?
Who cares? Who cares about making other people feel bad?
I knew you'd say that.
Do not write to white fragility. Do not ever write to white fragility. How do you make it for everybody? Every story is for everybody. Don't lean so far away from the human experience that no other person can gain from it, but you tell your story the way that you tell your story. And a thing I repeat very frequently in these kinds of conversations is that you do not owe an explanation to anybody. You do not have to explain to the white man what it is that you are talking about. You just tell it plainly. You tell it succinctly. You tell it truthfully. That's the biggest thing of all. You give us your truth. If you give us your truth, well, now we have two options. You've given us your truth. We can either listen to your truth, we can hear it, we can respond to it, we can contextualize it in our own lives, or we can choose to be willfully ignorant. But no, don't go out of your way to write this for anybody else. You write this for you. You owe this to yourself. You owe this to the people in your world. You owe this to, honestly, you owe this to the entire world. If we start presenting ourselves as false to the world, then the world sees us as false. That's how we end up with things like Step and Fetch It. And I'm not going to be the person who explains Step and Fetch It to you, but if you don't know who Step and Fetch It is, look up Step and Fetch It. Step and fetch it is how we ended up with so many of these false impressions of what it means to be a black man in this society. That's where we get our notions about chicken and watermelon and bullshit like that. It's because we were presented with this notion of racism as truth. We don't allow that any longer. You give us the truth. You give us the truth of your experience, and we will listen. And if we won't, and I apologize for cussing in this case, fuck those people. That's my answer to that question.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you. And that's not just for people of color, that's for anybody who feels that their existence has been marginalized.
Totally. Okay.
Apologies for the cuss, though. Try not to do that.
It's important. Okay. I'm overwhelmed with the questions. I'm trying to.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Do you have an idea of
I don't know what.
how many more that you want to do? You want to like find a good one to wrap on? What am I digging for at this point?
So there's 111 that are still open, and we've answered 87. Let's do two more, and then I'll stick around maybe a little bit longer. But Kate, I feel that you have done more than your fair share. You stayed longer than you were paid for. So I don't want you to stick around much longer, despite the fact that COVID is ruining our plans. Hit me with, let's go for 3 more minutes, and then I'll make the decision. What's that?
I hear that I'm being kicked out. Is that right? No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Never.
So the question is, can we use the same formula and concept for hour-long shows?
Yeah. Yes, you can. I have not done it very much myself, but people constantly come to me and say that it works for those as well, and then recommend that I do an hour-long class. When we get into our high concept class, we teach a little bit more of the specifics that accompany hour-long. But yes, the simple answer is that this method that we teach for outlining your story works for all of storytelling. It would work for a movie. It would work for a short story. It would work for a pilot script, a spec script, a future script, an hour-long script, a 30-minute script, 11-minute script, a 6-minute Quibi. It'll work for anything, because what we are teaching you is the beginning, the middle, and the end. We are teaching you universal story structure. We're just teaching you in the way that I think most applies to the type of writing that you want to do. But what we teach in this class is storytelling structure. What we are teaching you how to do is convey your story with a beginning, a middle, and an end, and that will work in every walk of storytelling life. We just answered 4 questions by doing that. Nice.
There's some overlap for sure. So question for you is, how do you aim towards a career as a script consultant like you?
I don't know. I didn't aim for this career. If you love reading scripts, then read scripts. I mean, what happened to me was I got a job when Amazon first started. When Amazon first opened up their studio, Amazon Studio, I think maybe their very first hire, and I was just somebody who had had some success selling a couple of scripts and had hit like a bit of a snag. And so they were just like, do you want this job? You'll read, what we'll do is we'll send you like 10 to 12 scripts a week. You will read them. You will answer yes or no. But in doing so, like, you will make a thorough assessment of this script. I would say I got good at analyzing story. I got good at analyzing script because I just read so many of them that I would start to see what was universal in all the good ones, but in particular, like, what were the shortcomings that I was seeing in a lot of scripts where people struggled. And one of them was the act structure thing. One of them was this feeling that your first act, for instance, could be 20 pages long. And it just doesn't work that way. If you have not conveyed to your audience what your story is within 10 pages, then they're probably going to give up at a certain point. When I sold my first script, I remember I got a lawyer off of that, and the lawyer wrote me back very shortly after beginning to read the script, and he goes, "Best 10 pages I read all year." And I was so over the moon. I was like, I've written the best 10 pages that this lawyer read all year. And then what somebody else told me was like, no, what he says that to everybody who he reads 10 pages of their script and he knows what the story is, because it means that he does not have to read one extra page. So in knowing what my story was and getting a sense of who I am within 10 pages, he was then able to move forward and do his job. Your job is to do this correctly, structurally, so that it actually looks like a television show. And then when you hand it to somebody, they can then do their job. So yeah, did that answer the question okay? Is that one we can move on from, or should I say something more on that subject, Kate?
I think you did a good job.
Right. You know, cool.
Spoke to your own experience.
Sometimes I forget what the question was midway through.
Totally. I understand that. Okay.
Yeah.
So, if you're writing pilots that take place in present day, what are your thoughts on incorporating COVID/ignoring it entirely?
If it's important to your story, then you include it. If it's not important to your story, don't include it. You know, I mean, there may come a time in the future where we've been doing this for so long that it's unavoidable in our stories. But right now, I would treat it like anything else that's either, you know, like I don't mention that Donald Trump is the president in the majority of my scripts because Donald Trump doesn't come up in the majority of those stories, you know? So if COVID comes up, if you're writing a series in which it matters that we're stuck inside for the foreseeable future, if you're writing a story in which it matters that we're in the midst of social unrest, then include that within the story, but don't feel like you're obligated to discuss the things that are going on in the actual world. Discuss what is pertinent to your story. I think in terms of writing about COVID, we're going to come out of this with a couple of different types of stories. We're going to come out of this with more multicam stories because multicam is very reflective of the COVID world. Like we are stuck in these close quarters and most of what's going on is conversational, you know, like we are hanging out with the people that we are quarantining with. And that's sort of very multicam. I think the other thing that we're going to see coming out of COVID are a lot of those stories where like somebody goes into their closet and finds like a portal to another world, right? So you can include COVID, you can include the things that are happening in the world around us if they are useful to your story, but I don't think you have to feel obligated to if it's going to detract from the emotional journey that your characters are going on. You can write the world as it used to be. You can write the world as you imagine it being in the future. You can write the world as it is right now. The question is, what story are you telling? What is important to that story?
Totally. How are you feeling?
A little zonked, but the numbers aren't really going down. So
I think it's also possible that there's a lot of questions from people who are no longer here, right? Our numbers have gone down so much.
How many people are here? 105, it looks like. I will go until 4. Kate, it's entirely up to you what you do. You're a wonderful person, even if you leave right this second and don't even tell me.
I can do 16 more minutes. Do you want to do something where we have people raise their hands so we know if they're still here, or to like let us know if their questions are in the, do you want to prioritize that way?
Sure.
Okay.
So everybody lower your hands then. I'll just lower all of your hands. And now when we call on you, if you're here, raise your hand.
Okay, great. So do you want to do the questions asked live, or do you want me to find their question?
Yeah, let's just do it this way, if you don't mind.
So this way being, have them be to find their questions or no?
I just assumed you would say like if I'm looking at one, there's like a Marcelli. So like Marcelli was a question. So whatever question you pick, if you just call out that person's name, if they raise their hand, then we'll do that question. Everybody can lower their hands now. I'll lower
Okay.
it up
Everyone,
for you.
you're down.
And then when if we call on you and you're here, if we call on you and you're not here, then we're not going to answer your question. But if you are here, we will.
Marcelli, are you here and do you want your question answered?
Raise your hand if you're here.
Going twice, raise your hand. I see Marla. I think maybe that's, so it says, do you recommend writing beyond the pilot if hoping to get the pilot picked up? Like, should we think about writing a whole season, one pilot, or somewhere in between?
Professionally, no, you should just write the pilot. But I mean, it can be fun to keep writing. I mean, not professionally, no, you should only write the pilot. There are very few situations, though they are becoming a little bit more prevalent, where you'll be asked for more than that. But not for the most part, I would say write the 30-minute pilot and then start to consider more about your world. Like, you'll start to do a little bit more of like developing the series. But I mean, I don't think there's a lot of value in writing an entire season, say, for instance, on spec, other than to say, if you love writing scripts, then do it for yourself. But professionally, nah, probably just ending at the pilot, unless somebody asks you for more.
Great. Let's see. DJ Yoshi, are you here? Would you like your question answered?
So just raise your hand if you're asked.
If
you're here.
Great. Hello, DJ. For comedy, should you count jokes per minute? And if so, where do you try to get to?
I mean, I don't know. Not per minute, I guess. You know, they would say that like for a single cam, that like 30 Rock had like the fastest pace, and it was like 3 jokes per page. So I mean, that's one way to look at it. No, I mean, I think that like my feeling is with television that we never go out of our way to tell jokes, that we just try to be funny. We try to create environments where comedy, where humor can exist. But if you are like considering, if you're looking back at your script and you're asking yourself, does it feel funny enough? You certainly are going to want at least 1 per page, probably 2 per page on a single cam. Multicams are going to be more joke heavy. There isn't going to be a hard and fast rule about the number. But I would say that look at the shows that you find funny, look at the shows that you really enjoy from a comedic standpoint, and maybe pay attention in watching those pilots or watching those episodes about how frequently they revert back to comedy purely for the sake of comedy and not just for the sake of being funny while moving a story forward. But all shows are going to be different. All shows are going to be different in that respect. And, you know, I think too often one of the things, especially in like these environments that we'll force on ourselves, is this idea that like we have to be amusing in the telling of our stories. If you're writing a hard comedy, then you're going to want a lot of jokes in there. If you're writing a story that's like about the experience of a person who has been marginalized, then the thing I always want to get across, and I don't think this isn't really speaking to the DJ Yoshi question, but this is just something I want to get out there, is that your job is not to entertain the white man. Your job is to speak the truth. So don't try your damnedest to make us laugh, but at the same time, if you want this to be really funny, then I would expect at least 2 jokes per page.
Great.
What's up next, Kate?
Phil, are you here? Would you like your question answered? Going once for Phil, twice for Phil.
Yeah, Phil's here.
See you, Phil. Okay. Would the pilot of a web series be different in terms of pacing and subplots?
Well, I mean, a web series isn't really the same. Web series is usually like, you know, you put like 6 episodes of a web series together, 6 or 8 episodes of a web series, and it becomes a pilot episode. So like often the pilot episode of your web series is going to be kind of just the cold open of your episode because of how brief it's going to be. But it still does need to do that same, it still needs to serve that same purpose of introducing your series, of introducing your show, introducing what is fun, funny, interesting, cool, making a strong first impression. So yeah.
Got it. Love it. Okay, Naren, are you here? Okay, great. I see you. What are some other So what are some of the other blind spots or bias-based landmines that you see writers walking into?
Will you say that again?
So what are some of the other blind spots or bias-based landmines that you see writers walking into?
I don't have an immediate answer to that question. Let me think for 1 second. I mean, I guess I'm sort of not entirely clear on the like. Do you mean like implicit bias? Like, do you mean like things like like that privileged people are privileged people landmine kinds of things, or do you just mean like things that we wouldn't necessarily think of as people in general that like will end up biting us in the ass as writers? Put it in the chat, whoever's question that was, and we'll come back around to it. But I'm struggling a little bit with what that specifically entails. Let's do the next question, then we can come back around to it.
Okay, great. Crystal Adams, are you here? Yes, I see your hand. What are types of questions to ask yourself to begin discovering what it is about you that you feel you could develop a story into that's unique to yourself?
I think what parts of your life you feel like capable of telling 100 stories of, or not 100 stories, but telling stories, multiple stories of. So like, I think I will often scan my own life and I'll say like, okay, what part of my life do I want to write about? Or maybe even more important than what is like, who within my life do I want to talk about? Do I want to write like a relationship show about me and another person who are on equal footing? Do I want to write an ensemble about a group that I was part of? Do I want to write a protagonist-led ensemble about a group that I was part of where I also felt like I was at the forefront of that world? Do I want to write about just like a specific journey within my life? So I think usually the first question that we ask ourselves is, who do we want to write about? Not what do we want to write about? And who do we want to write about is just like, who can I articulate in a way that feels both empathetic and funny? And then I think in addition to that, in addition to empathetic and funny, it feels real, you know, that like that I'm able to articulate in a way that doesn't feel like a stereotype, you know, that doesn't feel like tokenization, right? So like, what part of your life can you speak about with an earnestness that will allow you in perpetuity to continue talking about these people and continuing to reflect their existence? Because the moment that we cease to represent a realistic existence is the moment where we become the perpetrators of this crime of tokenization, you know? So like, what can you write about in your life that you feel like you understand well enough? Who can you write about in your life that you feel like you understand well enough so that moving forward, you can create authenticity for those people who are reflecting out in the real world? When I wrote a story about somebody who was going through a decision as to whether or not to keep a child or have an abortion, I undermined their whole story. Why? Because I was not capable of treating it. I was not capable of mining the truth from that story. So all I could do was undermine the truth of that story. So what's the truth that you know? What is the truth that you can speak of in a way that doesn't make you feel like a fraud? And usually that's going to be specific to the type of people that you feel like you really best understand. So yeah, I guess that's my answer to that one. Do we have anything about that last question?
Yeah, I think there was some clarity. So it says, I wanted to hear more about blind spots and patterns he sees writers falling into today that we as younger writers can avoid.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't have a lot of answers. That's sort of one that comes up a little bit more when I encounter the specific, but one of the things I'll say is that like I've noticed a lot of young writers write exclusively two-person scenes. They'll write there's just like a scene in which like two characters are talking back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And that'll be exclusively what the pilot is made up of. Two-person scene, two-person scene, two-person scene, two-person scene, two-person scene, two-person scene. And so it'll start to feel a little bit amateurish because it doesn't look like somebody who is capable of managing multiple voices and multiple personalities, right? So I think that's one thing to avoid, is get in the practice. It's one of the reasons I suggest doing these practice scenes with varying numbers of different characters. Get in the habit of being able to write various different types of scenes, various different types of perspectives. I don't think there are necessarily big things that I notice younger writers struggling with, other than that it sometimes seems like they could use some more practice. That don't expect yourself to be perfect the first time that you write. Keep writing with the expectation that you're just going to continue to grow, continue to improve, continue to get better and better and better. But one thing I will say, I guess, is that like when we write scenes that indicate that we are not so strong at like managing a variety of different voices, then sometimes it doesn't seem like we're necessarily ready for television, simply because television is usually going to involve 4 to 8 characters that are existing simultaneously, and frequently they're going to be in the same scenes. And if you're not capable of writing these scenes where our characters are interacting, then you maybe aren't quite ready to write television scenes. So that's the kind of thing that I would practice. The practice scenes, I think, are really crucially important. It doesn't have to be practice scenes from characters from your show. If you wanted to write practice scenes in place of specs, for instance, if you wanted to say, I'm just going to write a scene between Sam and Reggie on Dear White People to show the type of interaction that those two would have when it's combative, because I want to practice writing scenes in which characters are angry at each other but also still love each other, finding all that nuance to character voices. I think the more we can practice writing, and not in situations where the stakes of our series matter, but just the more we can practice writing how people talk to each other, the better. I think the better we will get as writers. But yeah, just like I've written probably 60 pilot scripts in my life, which is a ton of pilot scripts compared to the average person, but 60 times isn't that many times to have done a thing, right? And so in most of your cases, maybe this is going to be the first script that you ever write, or you've written a couple of scripts and this is going to be an opportunity to try some new things out. That's absolutely great. Now give yourself the opportunity to become great by doing it over and over and over again. I cannot give anyone shortcuts to greatness. Greatness is only achieved through the decision to be great, and not to be famous, to be great, to work at this until you're really, really good at it, regardless of what the outcome is. Just keep practicing and you will get better. Afford yourself that. Allow yourself, yes. Don't ever expect that this needs to be the one that changes your entire life. Change your life every time you write a script by just continuing to improve. Yeah, I think it's the best answer I can give for that one. Let's do maybe 2 more.
Great.
I'm sorry if we didn't get to yours. Anybody else? Yeah.
We've
Maybe we'll do another Q&A sometime.
Questions.
Answered over 100 questions.
Yeah, we're answering them. Do you have anything to say about getting representation after you have your scripts?
I'm not an expert on that. I think you'll be better served talking to your mentors about that, talking to people in the program. I got mine by writing a script that sold. And I got very lucky, extraordinarily lucky. One thing I'll say about representation is that if they don't represent you, if they don't like the same things that you like about yourself, they will eventually get you to stop liking those things about yourself as well, and then you will no longer do good work. Make sure that whoever represents you actually represents you. Make sure that they like the same things about you that you like about yourself. Make sure that they have the same ambitions for your career as you have for yourself. Just having an agent is worse than having, or just having an agent is worse than having no agent. It's got to be a good representation. It's got to be somebody who actually represents you. Otherwise, you represent them. And you don't want that. Representation is really just a Rolodex. They're just a group of people that that you could contact for work that you didn't know already. So if you don't like your representation, what are the chances that you're going to like their friends, right? That was the problem I had. I went with the first person who was interested in me. It turned out I didn't like anything about this person. This person didn't really like anything about me. They liked that I had success. They thought I could have more success, which would pad their pockets. But ultimately, we didn't want the same things for my career, and now I don't even answer his calls. I don't answer anybody's calls. It's the year 2020. Who uses the phone? But the point being, unless the person who is representing you is actually representing you, they are to your detriment. But I don't really have recommendations on what you should do to get an agent because I'm not good at that stuff. I tell it like it is, and sometimes that works against me. But here's the thing about me, I'm never going to stop.
I believe that.
That's true.
Okay, so final question. Do you foresee a lot of pushback to this program's initiative? I assume that means diversity. If so, is there anything that we can do on our side to be prepared for and circumvent it?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think people are authentic when when they tell you that they are interested in creating an opportunity for diverse writers, for creating an opportunity for new voices to be heard. I think they genuinely mean it. It's just I guess the way that I'll answer that is to say that a lot of people in general don't necessarily recognize that they are creating obstacles to the success of people in a program like this. And so I think the advice that I would give is to stand up for yourself. That, like, you never want to do it in a way that's cruel. You never want to do it in a way that, like, makes a person feel like a moron or makes a person feel whatever. But you do want to make sure to stand up for yourself. You do want to make sure to say, like, when somebody tells you to do something that will ultimately take all of the identity, all of the culture out of your story, that you do want to tell them that, like, I cannot be asked to remove myself from this story. I will not do that. And now, doing so in a way that feels aggressive, yeah, maybe you're going to get a negative response, but also, what are you going to do? I mean, you have to stand up for yourself. That, like, in my experience, those writers, those creators who are willing to cow to the demands of other people don't make good art. And so don't be a dick about it. Don't be somebody that's just like, you can't tell me nothing. But do make sure that this always remains your story. Like, the number of times that I've been told to change something because it would be more presentable to this audience of, I don't even know what I would necessarily call them. I wanted to say something that was really mean, but I'm not going to say the really mean thing. This audience of very homogenous people who are expecting something that, like, kind of works for everybody at the expense of it being something that is reflective of me. I feel like I've heard that note constantly. I'm a weird dude and I want to write weird dude stuff. And then people will say, you can't write this weird dude stuff because other people don't want your weird dude stuff. And what they're telling me is that they don't want me. And I'm not going to be told that I cannot exist, and you're not going to be told that you cannot exist. And one of the things that we're doing in this day and age, whether it's police brutality or these kinds of things, is we are announcing to the world when people are problematic. So if people come at you, if people confront you about presenting your truth to the world, well, then you tell the rest of the people that this is somebody who is not accepting of the truth. You fight back, but you don't fight back in a way that says, I'm fighting because I'm a fighter. You fight back in a way that says, I'm fighting because everyone deserves to be represented. Yeah. So, like, but yeah, going back to what I had initially said a few questions ago on a slightly similar question, I will just say that, like, yeah, sometimes you are going to be approached by people who are unwilling to allow you to be you, and don't do business with those people. Get away from them. Fuck those people. Yeah.
Totally.
Don't work with anybody that doesn't want you to be you. Don't work with nobody who don't want you to be you. So yeah, I think we're gonna wrap it up. I'm running out of steam a little bit. This was a really great time, everybody. Thanks for sticking around, those of you who are still here. We will leave this open so that you can continue to chat to each other. If you want to drop a message in here, just like something that would take a little bit longer to express. We don't want to silence anybody. Silence is the last thing that Kate and I want to do to you lovely group of TV writing geniuses. But we're gonna wrap up. I'll just leave this thing open. Yeah, once again, I want to say I asked you to show some love to Kate, but I will also say thank you so much, Kate. You once again did an outstanding job. You are the wind beneath my wings, and Yes, very much appreciated. And thanks to everybody else. Thanks to Lauren in particular. Thank you to everybody. Have a great rest of your day. I will pop back every once in a while and look at these comments. And if anything, if there's anything that I can respond to quickly, I will try to do so. But yeah, we'll just leave this open for a bit. And enjoy the rest of your Saturday. I hope you do great things with the rest of your time, whether it's 7:05 p.m. or 6:05 p.m. or 5:05 p.m. or 4:05 p.m. However you spend the rest of your day, make it count. In this life, make it count. That's the best advice that I can give you. With every moment of your day, make it count. Have a great rest of it. Whatever it is that you do, take care, everybody.